Have you ever looked around campus and thought, everyone else has their life figured out and I'm just faking it? Most students feel like that most of the time, especially at the beginning of college. You get advice from others about the best majors or sometimes pressure from your family and friends to follow a certain path. I'm here to tell you that you don't have to have it all figured out from day one, and you don't have to do exactly the same things as everyone else does, or check off the same set of accomplishments on an imaginary list to be successful in college and beyond. In this module, we talk about making purposeful decisions in college based on your interests and values. You are more likely to succeed in college when you are engaged in classes and activities that inspire you and help you develop your unique strengths and interests. You will hear from a passionate humanities major, Nix. I chose Nix for this conversation because they are mission-driven. Their decisions in college are based on their values. You will even hear a story about why they chose to skip a class reading for something that was more important to them. Success in college isn't just about getting perfect grades. Success in college is about owning your education, using your agency, and finding your why for your college experience. So Nix, let's just start with a big question. Why did you decide to go to college? What purpose did you have in making that decision?
So I think it started because I had a rough relationship with my parents, and I really wanted college to be like a tool of independence for myself to be able to go across the country, start a new life, and start over. I'm also first generation, so when that kind of desire faded, it was more so I want to go to college because my parents hadn't gone to college like that. My mom got her associates, but that was from a community college in Arizona, so I really wanted to get my university degree. So first of all, I did not apply to a lot of the in-state scholarships that most people in my high school did because I knew that staying in state was not something that I wanted to do. If I had, going to ASU might have been like a backup option for me, but because I didn't, the sticker price of like $30K a semester was definitely not going to be enough. Was going to be way too much, and the scholarship was like $8K for merit, which is definitely not enough to cover 30. I was also choosing between some other schools, but their financial aid was not as good as Yale's was, so once I got my financial aid package, it was kind of decided for me, which is, I think, kind of a unique experience coming here because a lot of people are like, oh, I was choosing between this school and this school, and I'm like, I'm here because Yale told me they would pay for it, and otherwise I might have considered not going to college,
So Nix, how did the purpose you had for going to college affect how you went on to engage in your courses, especially in your first few years?
So I already saw being at college as like this huge achievement, and it kind of changed the way that I saw achievement for myself because I was able to take more risks, try things that I hadn't tried before, and like the ability to fail was suddenly presented to me, especially at an institution that has a lot of ways to get out of failing. We have things called Dean's Extensions that give us extra time on things even when our professors don't want to give us extra time on things. And I have the opportunity to try new things and completely fail, which I really appreciate.
For a lot of students throughout the process of applying to school, they're getting a lot of advice on, okay, you have to do this in order to get into the college that is the best fit for you. And it can feel like the route into college is meeting everybody else's expectations.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting to me, even at a place where students are very well resourced and coming in, many students have had a lot of attention paid to them. So many students have never had an adult sit down with them and ask them, why do you want to come to college? And sometimes that space is given in orientation, or sometimes that space is given in talking to an advisor or a faculty member or a peer advisor, like a residential assistant or a FROCO, what we call our first year counselors. But even then, in that first few weeks, it's really busy. People get really overwhelmed. And to explicitly tell yourself, sit back and reflect on what you've learned in those first few weeks and to say, okay, why am I here? It's so powerful because then it can really help calm a lot of the noise, right? Often the first answer I get to that question when I'm doing advising and say, okay, so why are you here? What is it that you want to get out of this? Often the first answer is something related to major or career, right? I have always wanted to be a doctor. I'm really interested in computer science. I really like writing, and I want to be a writer, which are all good answers. They are all really, really good answers. I think the key shift that I'm hoping students will make as they enter college is to think about those career focused goals and those major focused goals not as a straight line. So if someone comes in to an advisor and says, I want to be a writer, it's really I think the lowest level of support that advisors can give is to say, okay, so let's look at courses in writing, and let's look a little bit if there's a journalism major or a journalism program on campus. Like here's how you go. But I think the rather than thinking about, okay, like how do I actually get the goal to this nebulous idea of I'm going to be a writer? My second question to someone like that is, what do you like writing about?
Yeah. It's a really critical question.
One of the things that I know as a teacher of first year writing is that my students are way more engaged in the writing if they are writing about content they care about. Right. Which is why at our university, we have, 30 first year writing courses, and all of them have different topics so that the person can find the thing that's most interesting to them and they can be engaged in. And then the other thing is, if you are interested in a career, there again, like there's not just one kind of writer. There's not just one kind of doctor. There's not just one kind of engineer, right? And we need, in our very diverse and exciting world, we need all kinds of those, like all those subfields, right? And it's not something that you're doing passively, or it's not something that's being done to you. You're actively going out, choosing the courses that are going to help prepare you for whatever comes next that is in your interests, right? Yeah. And that's how you get more engaged students.
I think something I'm thinking about as well is like extracurriculars and how they play into interests, especially when it comes to writing. I know on campus there are a lot of different writing organizations that you can join, some with different levels of prestige than others. The Yale Daily News, which is our main college newsletter. But I also know its environment compared to some of the other writing places on campus. And so what kind of writer you want to be a good question.
Yeah, and also to see what's in your wheelhouse, like sort of like, because maybe you've always seen yourself as a writer, but then you take on the role of an editor and you're like, oh, wow, I'm actually really good at this. Maybe this is the direction I want to go. Or maybe like you take on that role and it's like, oh, I can't stand it. But I've learned some things about writing from having to see other people's writing and how to shape that I'm going to take back and use when I become a journalist, or I become or maybe I can't stand journalism and I want to write fiction or podcasts or, whatever else is out there. I've been struck by how often it's about personal fulfillment and not about, you are thinking ahead about getting a job and what skills are going to provide you with that job. But it seems that flows out of the personal fulfillment first.
Yeah, I think when I wanted to go to college originally, I was really thinking about what is my degree going to do for me, where is it going to, what doors is it going to help me open? But I think now what I understand is that this is a stepping stone to having an infinite number of doors open, especially given the institutional backing that I have. I know I can be secure in, trying things and failing at them. I just know that I can be able to do anything that I want pretty much after I have this degree. I've been interested in film lately. If I wanted to go to film school after this, that's an option for me. If I still want to go to law school, that's still an option for me. And financially, those are complicated discussions. But since I get to do this part for free, I'm really focused on finding out what it is that makes me the most happy, so I can make better literal investments later on.
One of the big changes that I see in students, and it's really a form of gaining maturity and gaining confidence that You are a capable person, and there is value to you in your interests and in the skills that you have chosen to develop, as long as you do that sort of purposefully and with reflection and and taking some risks sometimes, right, to stretch yourself. And that ends up paying off more in the long run than sort of checking off all of the boxes.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think being passionate about something and working on it is going to be a lot more fulfilling, not only personally, but like career wise, because when you care about something, you put your energy into it. When you don't care about things, you don't. And it's hard to be successful when you're not putting your energy into things.
When I get to train my wonderful mentors like you, I think sometimes in that training, people are surprised that one of the first things we talk about are values and how helping students maintain their values or expand and deepen those values over the time that they're at college, and then be able to sort of continue in that vein after they leave. I'm going to turn that back to you. Like, why do you think thinking about your purpose and thinking about values at the same time is meaningful?
I mean, I think I had a firsthand example about why it was so important. My freshman suite mate has always been really passionate about a certain list of things and was like given the opportunity last year to have a summer internship doing one of those things. Um, and it was like a really insane opportunity that freshman year him would have been so overjoyed about, like would have immediately accepted, would not have been able to stop talking about it. But instead, sophomore year him was considering not doing it in favor of an internship that would have more structure, that would be less work, because he would be working with a community that has less resources, on an international scale. So he would be doing a lot of work, and it would be like really intensive and also really like close to home. Um, and I talked to him after he said he was like maybe not going to do it, and I was like, "What are you doing? I know you. Like you want to do this. I don't know what version of you this is right now, but this is not who you are. I know you want to do this internship." And he ended up doing it and ended up thanking me because it changed his life, and also it's an insane accolade on his resume as well. I don't know why he didn't immediately want to do it. And so if you're not intentional about your values and how they develop in college, and thinking about it and thinking about the people around you and how their goals are going to influence your values, whether or not you're surrounded by people that want to make money and only care about making money, or they only care about the next prestigious college they want to go to after this one, which is an insane goal to have, I think. If you're surrounded by people like that, it's going to be a lot more difficult for you to not only preserve your values but deepen them. I think my values since coming to college have deepened in a lot of ways, grown more complex, and more so than when I started. Versus some other people I know, it's been the opposite. And so I think it's like it needs to be a very intentional practice of doing things that are that are going to be good for you and the values that you hold, instead of being okay with like foregoing your values for some other reason.
Yeah, and that's sometimes like the reason why I appreciate the students who answer my question, like in the form of the last category, which is, I've always wondered about X. I've always had this question about this. I've always had this drive to do X, right? Because those are the students who are already in some ways ahead of the game.
Yeah, I am so happy that he was able to like do that, and he's also been an inspiration for me in terms of I always wanted to go back to my community. It's something I still in Phoenix, something I really want to do, but my parents are both moving, and so plans change. Who your community is changes. My dad's from the South, so that's now a new direction I'm considering, is maybe reconnecting with the other side of the family I didn't have. And so really still being there for my community, but that's a different definition and different understanding of what that means. So your values can and should also change. It's not like, oh, I should be doing things that freshman year would have done, but also those can be really good indicators for what you actually deep down care about.
So next,
Yes.
how do your current goals sort of like affect the decisions that you're making right now? Because you're kind of in the middle of it. You've talked about that process of making some purposeful choices in the beginning, even though it sort of seemed like you were trying out a lot of different things. To do that deliberately was just really helped you find the place that you're supposed to be. And so now, like, what are some of those goals that are shaping you?
So I am the president of a nonprofit organization right now known as Why Do I New Haven, where we work with youth ages 18 to 24, our age, college age, who are experiencing homelessness, some of which are actually other college students. And navigating how to prioritize that over, I had a reading the other night about the history of recreational mathematics in Germany and France. And so prioritizing whether or not I do work for my nonprofit or I do that reading seems a little bit clear to me based off of what I want to do with my life. I think balancing homework and extracurriculars really and your personal life all depends on what your priorities are. And for me, my degree is so I can do something for my communities after I graduate. Like, perfection isn't the goal. It's just a matter of focusing your energies where you think it matters most and where it will do the most good, either for yourself or other people.
Yeah, I want to take a little deeper dive into that, right? Because I think some of the students who might be watching this are like, wow, they run their own nonprofit.
Yeah. So the nonprofit in question has existed for a really long time. I'm just the president of it right now. Okay. It started in Harvard Square, where students opened up the first ever student-run homeless shelter in the country, and that sort of energy spread to Yale because a Yale organization was like, "Oh, Harvard's doing that. We really want to be the next ones to be doing that."
What about taking some time to reflect about what you want to do with your time at Yale led you to push yourself a little bit to take that leadership role, right? Because I think of the way that a lot of students coming in, they think of success in college as getting good grades. Right. And so you've made this decision. You're like, I'm still going to get good grades. You're still going to try. But there are these other experiences that you can get at college that are equally important.
And when I say I'm going to miss a discussion post, it's because I'm like, or I'm okay with getting A's and B's at Yale. That's okay with me. That's not going to end the world for me. But how this all started, I joined this organization as a volunteer my freshman year. I was a really slow volunteer in terms of the onboarding, but I become kind of close with the current president at the time, who's now our student coordinator. She's going to medical school right now and working as our part-time coordinator for Why Do I Network, which is really awesome. And so she was kind of like, I think you could be a good fit for the role of president next year, which was pretty fortunate conversation because we needed to pull people from Dwight Hall, which is the larger service organization on campus, to actually get more board members. We were struggling to even fill the board positions. So it was really a matter of necessity. I saw that this organization was going to fall apart, and I really liked the mission that it had, and I appreciated its history, and I wanted to keep it going. It's not something I exactly expected to happen, but it's not something that might affect what I do after college, because I know the ex-president was able to work for them after graduation. I know that is an opportunity that will be available to me if I want it, and they're opening a new facility next year, and they're doubling the number of beds for youth experiencing homelessness in New Haven next year, and I was like, maybe I want to be there for that. So it's completely changed my whole life, actually.
Yeah. And I love how you described it as starting with something that you're interested in that unfolded slowly, but then through talking with other people, you realized that there was an opportunity, and that from there, that's led to other opportunities that you might be able to have in the future.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think the core of that is that you had a kind of purpose of, I want to volunteer. And you didn't know necessarily, maybe you had prior interest in this, or it's something that that connected with you in some way, and then that you wanted to follow through on.
I am from an FGLI background, so I've always been proximate to people experiencing homelessness. It's always been something that could be on my radar. I've had friends where my other friends were their last option, or we were their last option, and so it was always close to my heart in that way, and I knew that I wanted to be a part of an organization that would be doing some good.
And I think that's also something that students underestimate when they first get on campus, is how much agency and responsibility they really can take on in these 4 years, right? From the time you come in, especially if you're a traditional age student, or even as a transfer student, right? You can come in, see what the landscape is, find the thing that you feel like you can put your talents and your experience to, and then see it grow.
Yeah, I think a lot of people around me like make the mistake of being involved in too many things with too little amount of commitment to the point where they end up doing damage to the organizations that they're a part of because they're not doing anything and giving it their all. I've had that problem with like working with people that were my friends for my nonprofit and seeing what they prioritize and versus what they don't prioritize. So don't be careful about spreading yourself too thin and really focus on the things that you're passionate about and finding those. It's good to experiment with a lot of different things when you don't know what it is you're looking for. But once you do, I think it's better to hone in and really focus. That way you can get the most out of it.
You're describing an experiential learning experience, right? Where, it's not part of the curriculum, but you are learning a ton of stuff in terms of like how to manage people, how to plan, how to budget, all skills that are going to be helpful to you in whatever you do after Yale. And I think that it's really important to see what you said is like, once you find your thing, lean into it like completely. Getting back to that question of like sort of what are some other purposes, again, some of them can be familial. Right? Like I'm coming to college because, I really want to be able to make sure I have a professional job so that I can support my parents who don't have any resources. Or, some of my purposefulness is shaped by what's happened in my community. And I want to make sure that I'm, being able to prepare myself to go back to that community. Also, people are like, I'm going to college because I want to find a career where I'm going to make a lot of money. And that is totally a legit thing to say. And that, again, I would want to add in, but can you make money in a way that still feels good to you, and gives you purpose and helps you, give back and things like that. But for some people like there's a way of living, there's a lifestyle that they want to have. And for some people that lifestyle you need to have a lucrative career to have that lifestyle. Right. I once had an alum that I was talking to who said, they went into, to try to have a career where they would be working on Wall Street and in finance, in part so that they can make a lot of money so that they could turn around and donate to other organizations and help people the way that they had been helped by nonprofits in the past. Okay. And at the same time, be able to have a nice life and take vacations and, be able to have a good work-life balance.
100%. I think there is such an infinite number of opportunities that are both lucrative and you can also help people. I know people that really want to get into big law and they are like, but I also don't want to be getting into big law that's going to be hurting people. And I'm like, there are so many humongous firms that are doing important cases in the nonprofit world, in the civil rights world, that are doing good things, that make a lot of money, but are not, you don't necessarily have to quote unquote sell your soul in order to do it.
A phenomenon I see with a lot of my first and second year students, these are often students who have worked really hard to get into college, and their entire community and their entire family is just 100% behind them. And they've been telling that community and that family, yeah, I'm going to go off and I'm going to be the, next, tech wonder. I'm going to study computer science and this is for me. And then they get to college and they take their first CS class. And, even if they've had experience with computer science before, that first college CS class is always like a doozy. And then they realize, you know what? My personality is not somebody who wants to spend 40 hours a week coding in isolation. And for some students, they feel like they're letting people down if they make choices. And I just want to directly reassure them, you're not letting anyone down. You are entitled to find something else that makes you happy. And even if we have adult returning students who are 25 to 30 or 30 to 35 or beyond, the experience of being in college is going to change you, right? That's when you can lean on the structures of the university. I mean, we actually, even in our Office of Educational Opportunity, we have a workshop where I don't know if you've ever run this workshop, but it's about how to tell your parents that you're going to be an arts and humanities major.
That's so funny. I think I need to teach that. I'm still going to law school after graduation, so that part saves me. That part saves me every time. But yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, like for a lot of families, that's like a real conversation because again, it's hard it's hard for other people that you feel an obligation to or that you feel connected to, and yet you're having this experience that is different than theirs, and it's your experience. And I guess the things that I would suggest are to really trust your gut. Don't force yourself to do something that makes you miserable just because you've told other people that was what your plan was. It is totally okay to change your mind and to find something new. And, and that's 70% of the students coming into Yale change their majors from what they said they were going to major in. 70%. I mean, I sometimes have students that they switch their majors in the fall of their junior year and they're still fine. They still graduate on time, whatever that means, right? I mean, and for most universities, on time means within 6 years, right? Yeah. That's the metric that we use. But however long it takes, right? And as long as you can sustain yourself and you feel like you have the resources to sustain yourself, maybe you're changing your major and you realize you have to do an extra semester, right? Go talk to financial aid. See what that means for your financial aid. Go talk to, the director of the program. Maybe there are scholarships that the university has for that particular major. You never know. It's talking to as many people as possible about what you're planning to do and getting their support. It could be a game changer. So we've been talking for the last few minutes about how students can find their purposes. And so we actually have put into the module a worksheet that people can do at home to try to figure out those purposes. And this is something that you can use multiple times throughout your career in college. It might be best to use it once before you start, just so that you walk into your orientation or your course selection with some ideas about how you might be able to do some course selection that matches your purposes, as well as thinking about the kinds of extracurricular activities you might want to join or the kinds of campus jobs you might want to try to find. This is really just for you. You may find it's useful to, bring it to an advising meeting if you've discovered something through this process of writing about it and reflecting about it. But consider this as just like a private document that's just for you, but that it's a process of reflection that can really help you from semester to semester. So the first question is just what are some topics you're interested in learning more about in college? And the second question I think is really important, which is why are you interested in those topics? And that's important because that speaks to that motivation that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think the first way I would approach this is by making a sort of chart or like a list of different things that I'm interested in. I know for college applications, oftentimes you're asked to look into the majors of different universities. So you probably already have some sort of idea about like what it is your university or college has to offer. But if not, like again, like the course list can be a really great place to start. I know like Course Table, which is where we have our courses. I think as a freshman read through almost every single course that was being offered. And so maybe this is a space to write down, okay, that class sounds really interesting. It doesn't have to be this humongous broad topic of economics that might not be interesting as a whole, but maybe there's one part of it that is that you can explore in a certain way. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I really want to emphasize those last two questions, what you were just saying, like, what do you like about doing those areas? And as you were talking about, maybe you have a curiosity about engineering, but do you want to actually do the engineering? Like the example for me is really like, I really love, this is something my husband and I share, is we really love watching like those TV shows about like the planets and the stars and all that
Right.
stuff.
Yes.
But do I want to do like
Theoretical
astrophysics?
physics.
Yeah.
No.
No.
But you can take an astrophysics class.
But you
I've
can.
taken an astrophysics class, Introduction to Relativity.
Yeah.
Really awesome because it's interlevel, made for non-STEM majors, which is like perfect. So when
Exactly.
there are options, you can take those classes, and they do count for credit. That did not.
So astrophysics would be my fun course.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
In my first year. Yeah. And then again, this question of meaning, like why are these topics meaningful to you? Right. For me, like taking that astrophysics class, like that would just be fun and it's meaningful to me because I'm really fascinated by like how incredibly complex our universe is. And it's just a curiosity for me. The second question is really helpful, right? And I actually really love these questions because you can also use them as like party questions
Yeah.
to use when you're at a party.
Icebreakers.
Yeah, icebreakers, exactly. I've really found this first question when you have spare time to read. And I probably should have put internet first, but books, magazines, internet. What do you enjoy reading and learning about? And what's fascinating is when I ask students this question during an advising meeting, they will come up with something like fashion or I really like tech and robotics. Then I'll turn to the course table or Yale course search and I say, okay, well, go ahead, put fashion in there. And they are shocked when like 3 or 4 fashion related courses, right? Like
Yeah.
where that comes up as a keyword. There are so many classes. I feel so overwhelmed with what I could do. This is a really great way of helping to identify a few things that maybe you could explore and help start to narrow things down. If you were to have an ideal job, what would you like to spend most of your time doing in that job? And that's a little bit of a harder thing to kind of wrap yourself around. But like actually, like how do you want to spend the time of your day?
Yeah, I would almost like encourage you to return back to that list from the first question that you made about like the different things that you're interested in and really think them through to like the job world. Okay. Again, I was like talking about wanting to be, being interested in building things and engineering. But the idea of being an engineer, like the sitting at the desk and engineering theoretically, but not actually building anything sounds horrible to me. And so I think that really going through the list and thinking it through that way would really help. Also, maybe you're the kind of person that needs to do a lot of different kinds of things. Like I was looking at that list and I was like, I love talking to people, I love creating, I love doing research, I love being on my own, I love problem solving, I love writing. I'm like, I don't know how to choose based off all of that, but I want to be a public defender, and that pretty much fits into all of the different categories. You're talking to people, you're creating things, you're writing, you're doing research on your own, you're doing research in a team. So there are really a lot of different, you can have jobs that do a million different things, or you can have jobs that do that's something very, very specific. So also think about that, what kind of breadth of activity you want to have.
Yeah. So that's for that first, those questions were for people who like maybe you're trying to narrow down your interests. Sometimes I have students come in and are like, they already have their 4-year plan down to every class they're going to be taking for all 4 years.
Yep. I've met them.
Yeah.
It's really horrifying.
And you as you're a junior, right?
Yeah.
And I, as someone with lots of experience, were laughing because
it does not work out that way. Like you take one class that, well, one, you may not get into one of the classes you thought you were going to get into for a semester, especially for like core classes or like a seminar that might be higher level that you were like, I could just get into that because, I just think I can. I don't know why you would. But, maybe you have that sort of mentality. It's not exactly going to work out the way that you think it will.
It never will work out the way that you think you will. And that's a good thing. Like that's the other thing. And so again, college is one of those places where you get exposed to new things and you can take risks and try new things. So this next set of questions is if you're that type of person who's like, yeah, I'm going to be this major, I'm going to take my prerequisites and I'm going to try to get some of my distributional requirements out of the way. I got to take a writing class. I got to take a language class. Always save one class per semester, especially in your first year, to take something that is completely new to you. And so like these are questions that will help you do some of that exploration. So I get a lot of great responses when I ask my students, is there something you've always wanted to learn, but you never had the opportunity to learn? And again, someone will give me their response, we'll type it into the course search, and lo and behold, there's a course that's like perfect to help explore that kind of thing. This next question, if you could do 2 careers at the same time, like being a brain surgeon and a rock star, like what would that other career be, right? Because, we're complex human beings. We don't just want to do one thing. We want to try a variety of things. And if your college offers a minor or offers certificate programs, maybe you want to have that certificate program, like that could be a way of satisfying it. So, so for example, we have many certificate programs, like say, there's one in global health that like I would have been fascinated by, even though I'm a humanities major. That would have been a really interesting certificate for me to take. Yeah.
They also have all the language ones as well. So you can really think about that in like other ways as well. Like if I could like learn any language that I want, like in the entire world, what would I want to learn? And see if your college has it offered, because you'd be surprised, even if it's not like a main course. There are a lot of creative ways to take languages that are not offered at your institution via partner institutions, which is something that one of my suite mates freshman year did. They learned their native language, Bengali, through a partner program with, I think, Cornell, which is also a possibility. So if there's like something that you've always wanted to do or learn, even if it's skill-based, you definitely can. And if it's skill-based and like I've always wanted to learn how to turn my computer on and off. So before an IT guy tells you to do that, you can think about like, what would I want to do in addition to my studies, and think about how you can explore things outside of your studies. I know for me, I really wanted to do a career that was not, or at least like a college career. I've been doing this for like 3 years, so it feels like my career at this point. But have a job where I could turn my brain off. And that's something that was really important to me. I wanted to have a job where I did not have to use my brain anymore. And so I think I've reached the point where that's no longer the case, unfortunately. But it used to just be moving machines all the time. And that was really nice because I could give my brain a break. So also think about that as well. What other activities could fill in the gaps?
Yeah. And then finally, again, this is kind of to urge students to a little bit more experimentation towards a little bit more risk taking. I found over the years that a lot of students have the thing that they tell like their family and their high school teachers and their high school friends, like, okay, I'm going to major at X, but then secretly there's something else you kind of want to explore. And what would that secret thing be for you? Right. And doing just a little exploration doesn't mean you have to do it, but just like to be able to enable you to explore it. I think that's a really great question too.
Yeah, 100%. I know for me, I really wanted to be a writer for a long period of my life. And so now that I'm a humanities major wanting to go to law school, I have a lot of opportunities in my undergraduate to write and to have works that I can use as like a starting point for when I graduate that'll help maybe propel like a secondary career in writing. And also like pick classes that give you the opportunity to do that. Like as a humanities major, I tend to pick classes where the final project is something creative where I can do whatever I want, because that gives me the ability to actually explore the things I'm interested in regardless of what anyone else thinks, which is a really amazing opportunity.
Yeah. And so the last 2 questions are really to help you think forward. So you've done all of this in the first 3 questions, you've done all of this exploration of possibilities, right? To set you into different directions, whether that's having a lot of ideas and narrowing that down, or having a very narrow idea and then trying to expand it. But just ask yourself, okay, like review what you've written and then ask yourself, what are some things that you would like more information about? So maybe, like let's take that example of like the brain surgeon rock star, like what would that other career be? And you do some internet searching and you find, there's, there is a certificate program or there is a minor in this area. Who would you go talk to about that? Right. And you might start with just like one person, especially if you're in your first few weeks of class. Often that person might either be your first year advisor Or it might be a peer advisor. So because so many colleges now have peer counselors and resident assistants and things like that that can help answer some of those questions. So just go to someone and ask them, and they can help you start to explore that new thing that you're interested in.
Yeah, I remember when I was a freshman, there were a lot of events where they had like the DOSs or people working in the different departments all meet in one area. There's a million different tables, and you can kind of get like a tasting or a sampling of what all these different departments have to offer.
And then the last thing is, and again, it's a similar kind of question, but are there any particular challenges or you are anticipating or worried about? So say you are really interested in a topic or in a class that involves a lot of writing, but you just wrote lots of in-class essays. You've never written a really long research class paper before, and the class you're interested in, they do a research paper. What are the resources that are out there to help you? One example is most universities now have writing centers where you can go and get help with your paper in whatever form it's in. But to be able to ask, again, that array of advisors and supporters and peers who may have knowledge of the resources, and then set those resources up early. It's just an amazing resource. And that might make the difference between taking this course that feels like a little bit of a risk to you, but then being really able to feel like, okay, I feel supported and I can take this risk. And then you end up doing beautifully in the class because you have that personal interest, plus you have the resources supporting you.
Yeah, also the people around you generally want you to do well. Your professors, if you ask, will probably tell you how they want their essays written 9 times out of 10. They might even give you an outline for what that looks like if you meet with them. It's happened to me before. And it's really, really helpful because especially if you take that class with that professor again, you have a template for what to do next. And then also the people around you who have already done that before, who have already gone through this before. Maybe you have people who have taken around you who've taken a class that you've already taken. This will probably happen at a little bit later on down the line, but also if you are connected to seniors who might be sort of in counselor positions at your institution. They might have already taken the classes you've already taken. They might know exactly what it is you're getting into and what you might need help with. So they can also be an amazing resource in that sense as well.
Again, these are questions that you can return to over and over again. And you'll have this resource available to you in our module. So how do you get set up for success even before classes start? Getting ready for classes in college is very different than in high school. More than ever, you are in charge of your learning. You are responsible for weaving together what you learn in lectures, discussions, readings, and assignments into your understanding of the topic. And you are responsible for finding the resources you need to learn the most you can. For this discussion on class preparation, we are joined by Carly, a biomedical engineering major. Carly will share her positive experiences with office hours and tutoring, and how she leveraged academic support resources. Starting a semester and preparing for classes may seem daunting, but it doesn't have to be scary. And there are plenty of campus resources to make sure you get the help you need in order to succeed. The most important thing is all classes have a syllabus. A syllabus is a document that goes over the goals and purposes of the course, tells you what the projects or homework or quizzes or tests are going to be. And it also gives you a week-by-week guide to the course. And what I find as an instructor is that I spend weeks working on my syllabus. Because for me, as the instructor, that is the guideline I'm going to use for the entire semester or the entire quarter to help students know what's coming up and to help me plan. But I find that when I give my students the syllabus either on paper or I direct them to the syllabus on our learning management system, the students often don't look at it. And they're missing out on this great opportunity to get prepared for the course because everything really is in the syllabus.
Yeah, I think having gone through nearly 4 years of college now, like the syllabus really is the most important part. It, like you said, it really does include everything. It tells you exactly like where all of the assignments and when and what they all are and at what point in the semester they all happen. And yeah, I think also part of preparing for your classes is not just the individual classes, but your overall like course schedule in general, and being able to like have all of your syllabi like side by side and like looking to see, because sometimes like a really important thing that is often overlooked when looking for classes is like at what time the big assignments occur for all of your classes. And sometimes like you have to prioritize a class over the other, and just having all of the syllabi next to each other and seeing them at the same time is really helpful.
But I think what students often overlook about the syllabus is that the syllabus gives you a guide to the content of the course and also a guide to what you should be learning and how you should be learning it. So, for example, um, the the beginning of a syllabus often starts with something called a course description, which is like, okay, here are the main themes we're going to be looking at, or the main topics we're going to be looking at over the course. And here's what I'm hoping you as a student will get out of the course. I'll give you an example from my own syllabi. I tend to break my courses into units, right? And then I'll have a title for each of the units. And so that title will set that will be the theme that we're going to be exploring for those 2 or 3 weeks. Um, Knowing that, it means when I have a student reading an essay or reading some secondary literature or reading a novel, um, they're not just going in and just blindly reading it, right? They're reading with purpose because they know all the conversation for that week is going to be shaped around the questions that I've been talking about, of course, in class, but that are also previewed in the syllabus.
What's coming to mind right now is like I'm in a class called Politics of Reproduction right now. It's a sociology class, and we have readings. It's a seminar that meets once a week, and so each week is kind of a separate topic. But even in the syllabus with just like the week 11 or week 7 or whatever it is, and just like the 2 words after it that describe like what that topic is, like before going into the readings too, like makes me like remember that that is the main theme of that week, and trying to like pull those themes from the reading. So there was some like birth in America or like reproductive governance, and like just seeing those couple words that give a quick overview of like what that unit is about will help me when doing the readings, like parse out the things that are the more important things that the professor wants me to take away from.
Part of taking ownership of your education is to be thinking about where are you going to need maybe some extra assistance to get you through the course. So maybe you are someone who doesn't like to write that much, right? Familiarizing yourself with the resources on your campus to support writing is really important. So, for example, many universities have a writing center where students can go and just drop in and get help with their writing. So, looking for resources like that. On the math and science side, figuring out how the tutoring system works. Across the board at many universities, going for tutoring isn't just something that you necessarily do just when you need help. A lot of students take advantage of tutoring just to help them get like a little bit of extra information that may help their assignments go a little bit more quickly, or whenever they just have a little bump, they may want to get some tutoring. But tutoring takes a lot of different forms. Some departments have their own tutoring centers. Some universities have an academic resource center or an ARC that has tutoring for all different disciplines. Often, too, each class may have sessions with teaching assistants that are designed to help students get extra support or office hours with the faculty member. So looking in the syllabus, again, we're gonna go back to the syllabus and how important it is. In the syllabus, right at the top for many of the syllabi that I see, there is the faculty member's office hours. And there is the time that the TA's office hours are, the teaching assistant's office hours are. There's the section that you're in. If it's a large lecture class, you get to have discussion sections. That's something to think about. And often many faculty will say, oh, if you need additional tutoring, here are the places where you can get the tutoring, and it's in the syllabus. And to be able to say, okay, there's my faculty has office hours at this time. Can I go to those office hours? Maybe you have another class at the same time. It's worth it to check with the faculty member. Hey, I've got a course at another time that your office hours are. Are you open to scheduling alternate times with students? And most faculty are. So there are a lot of resources that you can anticipate using. And again, it's a little different than in high school, because often you are trying and then you get into a little bit of academic difficulty and then you get the tutor. The way that students use tutoring now, or use time with their office hours, or use time with their TAs, it's kind of more proactive, right? So maybe you could talk a little bit about some of the resources that are in your classes that you kind of make note of when you're first looking at a class.
Yeah, the office hours thing is definitely super important, and especially in my first 2 years when I was doing those STEM prereqs, mostly for the math and physics courses. At the beginning of the semester, it takes a little bit of time, but I would put all of the office hours that were offered into my Google Calendar for all of my classes. And I would write whether it was the professor's office hours versus a teaching assistant or teaching fellow's office hours.
One of the other ways of preparing well is in the first couple of weeks, maybe setting up a study time with other people in the class, or setting up a study group can be really, really helpful and productive for you getting your work done. I mean, it is important that you guys do work together, but having someone else that you have in a group chat that you can ask questions about the assignments that you're working on, or when is that assignment due? That's another kind of way of preparing for class, right? Sometimes, especially if you're in an extracurricular, maybe you're in an engineering extracurricular, you might just sit around and say, okay, what classes is everybody in this year? And see, oh, you're in that class, so am I. Let's get together and talk about it.
In my time at Yale, I've been in Society of Women Engineers, and through that, I've met older students who are also in my major. And so, these classes are oftentimes, they're not classes that are being taught for the first time, especially when it comes to large prerequisite classes, and people have done it before you. And so just learning and getting advice from the older students who have gone through the courses with the same professors, or just even the same content, can give you a lot of good advice on how to navigate going through the class. So when we say before the semester, how early do we mean by that? And at what points can we or should we start preparing for the semester? Should it be the semester before, the week before classes start, or how early?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think it's especially challenging for students who are stepping onto a college campus for the very first time, right? And I think the answer is kind of all of those, right? There are different things that you're going to be doing at different times in the lead up to the semester, right? So getting advice about the first year, if you're a first year student, or maybe you're a second year student and you've just picked your major, or you're about to pick your major, finding out as much information about what the kinds of expectations are for the program or department that you're in writ large, I think is really important. And that can start months before the beginning of that first semester, or the semester that you're thinking about. And that might include meeting with an advisor. At many universities, you may come on campus for an orientation, and at larger universities, that orientation, takes place 2 months before you start, right? Or they have different orientations, and whatever week you sign up for, that's when you get that information. So even before you come to orientation, to spend some time on a campus website, just looking at, well, what are the requirements for 4 years? How many credits do I need? looking like what's the difference between a credit, which is the system that we use here at Yale. I think it's 36 credits are required. That just like one credit is one class, versus other universities, it's credit hours, and it's like 120 something credit hours or more that they have to get. So like familiarizing yourself with the language of what's going to be expected of you as a student over the 4 years. And if you have questions about that, trying to get answers to them ahead of time. So going in. And again, that can start months before you step on campus, right? And a lot of the information is available on many of the websites. It's a problem of trying to figure out where you look on the student's website. One place to look is this thing called the registrar's office, right? The registrar is the unit at most universities that is responsible for registering you for classes. So they often will have a lot of information about when registration happens, but also be able to point you to distributional requirements. And there's often documents on departmental websites. So if you, again, kind of know what your major is heading into college, you can look at that. But also you'll get some guidance even from the orientation itself. But starting to familiarize yourself with that, like sort of like college language ahead of time, it doesn't take a ton of effort. It just means you just sort of spend an hour or two at night sometime when you're done scrolling on TikTok to just, look at it. And if you have questions, usually there are chat bots available on the websites. I know Yale has a lot of chat bots. There's also, you may have a mentor already assigned to you. Maybe it's your residential assistant. Maybe it is your advisor that you can send emails to and ask questions about, just to get yourself oriented to what the requirements are and like the ways in which they talk about the requirements. At most universities, you do register ahead of time for your courses, but then there's usually about a space of a week where you would say you go to a course and it's not what it says it was on the syllabus, or you figure out that you don't actually have time to walk to that class and then walk back across campus to another class that you really, really want to take. But you would, if you had the first class, you would miss 20 minutes of the class you really, really want to take. So maybe it's not in your best interest, even though you've signed up for the course, maybe it's not in your best interest to actually take that course. You can drop that course without a penalty in that first week sort of add drop period. And then you would add another course, right? And adding that course could be, hey, you are having a conversation in the dining hall with somebody and they're talking about this really fabulous course about a topic you'd never even heard before, but you're like, wow, that's super cool. And you decide to go along in that first week to that class and you think, yes, I want to take this course and it fits into the rest of my schedule. Then you can often find a way to add that course, right? At some universities, like people use that add drop period pretty frequently. So even if maybe there's a course that you really wanted to have and you weren't able to get into it, right? Some students may drop that course for a variety of reasons. It's just not the right time for them. Again, it's not something that they thought it would work, or the schedule doesn't work. Sometimes you can go back and be able to add that class to your schedule, right, during the add drop period. And again, a lot of the information about how you can drop a course or add a course. And again, with the dropping of the course, if you do it before the add drop deadline within, again, usually about a 1 week period, you can do that for free. There's no penalty for dropping the course. Whereas if you drop a course later on in the semester, sometimes you have to pay a fee, depending on your university.
Yeah. This is a really important thing. I don't know anyone who has never added or dropped a class during add drop period before. And especially for me, like this semester even, like even though coming into senior year, I was like, I know exactly which classes I need to take and like which ones I need to graduate and which ones I'm taking for fun. And even going into this semester, I was like, my schedule's just not going to change at all. But I went to a seminar. It was an education studies seminar. I was doing it for that specific reason, but I knew it was also cross-listed in the political science department. And I was really, really interested in the class topic. It was about the U.S. federal education policy. And I went to the class on the first day and like did the readings for that class, and it was super interesting and super like I was like, this is amazing, like this is exactly the content that I signed up for. But I also was like, during the class, I was like, I actually have no idea what any of my classmates are saying right now, because most of them were coming from a political science background, and most of them were either juniors or seniors as well. And so they have like all of this background and like knowledge that I just like couldn't keep up with. And I think there are times in which like having a class like that is challenging you and like you want and you're like really interested in, and you could put a lot of work into, like works really well. But I knew that I also had major requirements that I needed to fulfill to graduate. And I also knew I had other things I wanted to spend my time with. And like given the course load, given like the intensity of like just the class in general, and given my like very limited background, and then in addition to like the papers and assignments from the syllabus that we were seeing, I was like, this is just not going to work with a course schedule. And then also on top of all of that, it was also like right before it was a once a week seminar that was right before another once a week seminar. So I was like, and it was in between another class, and I was like, I can't be in class for 7 hours straight. So it was a really sad day, but it's like things like that where going to the first class will really inform like your decision on, sometimes it's like the way the teacher teaches or lectures, and other times it's just like the general vibe of the classroom, like if you want it to be more discussion based in a seminar, or if you want it to be more of a lecture based class. And so ad drop period is very important for that. And the other thing you mentioned about like being able to add a class later, like afterwards, I think the emphasis on ad drop period often goes to the drop part where you're like, I don't know if I want to take a class, but you can, as you said, like if a friend mentions a really cool class, you can always add a class. And oftentimes I'm also a peer liaison for the Asian American Cultural Center right now. And so I also have like a group of first years who were navigating registration a couple weeks ago for the first time during college as opposed to before. And they were all really stressed because we have a system now where it's a staggered registration, like the seniors go first and then it goes down to the class years. And so the first years, they were all really stressed because the classes that they wanted to take a lot of them were filled up already by the upperclassmen. And I was like, you guys don't need to fret. Like, people will always drop classes during ad drop period. Like, and if this is something that you either need to take, like, you can always ask the professor and like just reach out to them. You don't have to just be like on the other side of the screen. You can talk to them. And things always change. Like, I don't think a single class has ever like not changed from the registration period. And so during that time, you can also pick up classes that may have open spots left.
Yeah. And what you're talking about really is something, again, like connects with one of the themes that we're going to have in every single session of this course, which is advocating for yourself. You know, you think that, oh, I signed up for it and it's just going to be so hard to change. It's actually not, right? But it does take a little extra effort on your part to go talk to that faculty member, or to go through the process of dropping a course, which at most universities isn't really that difficult. It's often just an online process. And a lot of students just don't take advantage of it because they just don't know that it exists. If you want to do things slightly differently, if there seems to be a roadblock in your way, don't keep it to yourself. Ask questions, see if there could be a way for you to take a course that's required for your major in another semester, or if you really need to get into that course this semester, is there a way to petition to get into the course? And sometimes there are, but it just takes the student asking, right? And sometimes the answer is no, that's okay. At least you asked, right?
Yeah, I think that's a really important emphasis is like the professors are also people. They also like a lot of times they're very understanding if you just like let them know what you might need and ask for yourself and ask for help and advocate for yourself. And I think that was something that I didn't really really realize until going into those seminars because like in the lecture class, like my professor's just like a person like on the other side of the room and like just talking at me. But if you ask for help, like many of them can provide it.
Part of you being in charge of your own education is as a college student is being able to take all the advice that you get with kind of like a grain of salt and be able to kind of assess, is this something that works for me or not? And I think the bad advice that my students often get is advice that is, this is the way I did it, and therefore this is the way you have to do it. Or there's only one way to do something, and you have to do it in that exact way. Now, the way that they're being recommended, maybe it worked for that person or for that mentor, but that is not the only way to get things done at college. And to realize, okay, does this advice fit with what I really want to do? Is there some little feeling in your gut of like, I'm being told, but I don't feel comfortable actually doing it that way? Listen to that little piece. Ask, well, do I really have to do it that way? Are there other ways for me to do this in a different way? And often the answer is yes, there are other ways of accomplishing this goal or getting into this class or, and all you have to do is ask. If you have a need for an accommodation, make sure that gets set up really, really early. As you're coming into the university, often you can reach out to those accommodation offices. Sometimes it's called the Disability Resource Center. Sometimes it's called the Student Accessibility Center or Student Accessibility Services. But if you have anything like ADHD, autism, anxiety, just a whole, dyscalculia, dyslexia, all of those things you can get accommodations for. So, for example, if you have ADHD, maybe you need to take your tests in an environment where you have very few distractions. That is an accommodation that can happen at the university. But you have to set them up really early, and you have and often the university will require documentation. So, making sure that as soon as you've made a decision that you're going to be going to a particular university and you think that you may need accommodations, to make sure even that summer before that you have all of the paperwork that they need so that you can file it right away. And some universities will even start taking that information over the summer before you begin. So like that, that's another support that can be really, really helpful. And at many universities, you'll meet with someone, they'll identify the accommodations that work for you, and then they give you what's known as an accommodations letter. But it's on you as the student to contact the faculty member and give them the letter. Now, those letters will not tell the faculty member why you needed accommodations. It won't tell them anything about what your diagnosis is or anything like that. It will just say this person, requires the accommodation of time and a half on exams, or this person requires the accommodation of lecture notes being available before class or something like that. But that's really, really super key. So if you've had accommodations in the past, or maybe you're somebody who's returning to school and you suspect, hey, there might be something going on, trying to get a diagnosis before you go. Some universities are even really great. Like maybe you didn't think you needed support, and then you get to college and you realize, the level of support I need is different than what I see my other friends needing. You can talk to those offices. Sometimes they can help give you guidance as to how to explore, that area of need and whether or not you may be qualified for a certain diagnosis. So that's another thing to be another resource that doesn't get talked openly about as much, but is so super important for student success. So Carly, I'm going to ask you to think way back to your very first semester here in college. What was that experience like for you? And then what did you learn from those first few weeks of class that helped prepare you for going through that process of starting each subsequent semester?
Yeah. My first week of classes was very hectic. My first class was a chemistry class, and I had taken chemistry in high school. I had gone to an IB school, an international baccalaureate school. So I took chemistry as an IB class, and I was like, okay, I can like definitely. And I tested into from the test results, they were like, you can take advanced general chemistry 1. And I was like, okay. And so I like was super excited going into the class. And chemistry was also my favorite class in high school. And I went to the class and I was like, I have no idea what the professor just said. I also like don't remember how to be a student and all of those things. And so I was in a position where I was stuck between, because in high school, I think like a lot of students will push themselves and like try to take the hardest classes they can that are being offered at the school. And I was really stuck between pushing myself in the advanced Gen Chem class and also like balancing the rest of my schedule and like adjusting to college and all of those things. And yeah, I stuck with that class for a couple weeks, but I think in like week 3, after Agile period had ended, I was like, this class is I actually have I like really have no idea what's going on in this class, and I don't think I can catch up, and I don't think I can learn this content like while balancing my other classes. And so I spoke with the professor, I spoke with my dean, who was doing the academic advising at the time, and I spoke with other classmates and people who I knew were in the general chemistry class, and I decided that general chemistry class was a much better fit for me, and decided to drop that. But at the same time, I was also, I think, going into, I'd also come into college as a biomedical engineering prospective major. And so I knew there were all of these prerequisites I needed to fulfill. And one thing that some schools will do is like provide a roadmap of exactly which classes you need to take each semester to fulfill your major requirements. And for BME at Yale, they told us to take the intro bio, intro chem, and math all at the same time in the first semester. And I was like, okay. So I registered for all 3 of those classes. And then I also was like, well, I need to take a language class too. So I registered for ASL. And those were, so for at Yale, it would be the 4.5 credits, which is a pretty standard amount for each semester. And I was like, okay, well, that is what it is. But I do wish someone or some magical information would have appeared where it told me to not take those 3 classes at the same time, because they were also very intensive classes. And I think also my mindset, like going from high school, the high school I went to had a block schedule. And so we had 8 different classes in each semester, and you would take 4 each day. And I was like, okay, like I'm going from 8 classes a semester to 4, like it'll be easy breezy. Like there's no problem with this. That was not the case. Not the case at all, actually. And so I think learning also in those first few weeks that courses are set up very differently in high school than they are in college. And just the structure, like you're not in class all day from 8 to 2:30. And you're also, so it feels like you're in class a lot less time, and you're like, I have more time, but also our class is a lot harder. So it's really like all of those things happening at the same time, and then also adjusting to college in general. Like it's not just the classes, there's also like the social adjustment, and like sometimes like the location can be very different. And Yeah, all of those things, like, at the same time, I was, like, looking back at it, I'm like, I feel like someone should have told me to not do all of that, but again, it's just something that I had to learn by going through it. I guess you do need to be told these things. Like, you don't know these things when you're coming into college. And so I think also, like, giving yourself grace to, like, learn it, and, like, it just takes time sometimes. Like, you can also, like, even if you, like, wrote down everything, if someone wrote down everything and, like, told it to you, sometimes it really doesn't, like, settle into your brain, and you don't really understand it until it happens. And so, yeah, I think, like, taking time to really let yourself just learn it as it goes is really important as well.
So the biggest challenge to success in college is managing your time. College influencers will tell you there are easy hacks to manage your time, planning every second of your day on your calendar, using color-coded spreadsheets to keep track of your assignments, sacrificing your sleep and your self-care to make deadlines. Here's the truth. Time management is not about finding the perfect external system. The biggest myth is that if you find the right algorithm, you'll achieve perfection. Your goal isn't to schedule your every move until midnight. Your goal is to establish structure and routine that protects your downtime and lets you be healthy and engaged. I chose to talk with Rudy for this topic because he came to college after being in the workforce. He has experience managing his time as a full-time employee and as a college student. Rudy shares this human approach to time management. We hope that after this module, you leave the anxiety of constant comparison to other students behind. You will have the confidence to say no when you need to, and say yes to the things that are important to you. So we're here today to talk about time management. And one of the biggest myths about time management is if you get some kind of system and you get like the top 10 things to do to manage your time and you do all of that, you're going to be able to manage your time.
Yeah. That's a great point.
It's not true, right? And I mean, I've been out of college for a while, and time management is still a struggle for me because it's always going to be a struggle.
Mhm.
And I think one of the things that students do is they just assume, all right, I've got to prioritize school, so I'm going to start with school. But what we're going to talk about, I think, over our conversation and the rest of this module is really about how you have to kind of set a base first, a baseline of, for lack of better term, self-care, making sure you have the environment that's going to enable you to do your work. Then think about building a routine, because it's the routine that helps you get things done, break up your time. And then finally, the third thing is being able to reach out to the resources that will hold you accountable to getting things done. So those are sort of the three pillars of time management that can really help students thrive at college.
There's a lot of anxiety and pressure to like be perfect every moment of the day, and that can just feel overwhelming. And I think one of the first things I do is I try to be a little bit patient and forgiving of myself, understanding that I'm going to try to plan for certain things, but life is going to happen.
You're kind of describing it as like a human approach to time management, right? It's not about getting everything on your to-do list done. It's about using the time you have in the way that works best for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's unique to each individual.
I think you're right. And I think, I have friends who are amazing with how they manage their time, but they physically do it different for me. So as an example, I have a close friend who keeps just like a pocket journal, and like every day we'll itemize the specific things that need to get done within certain time blocks. And we'll just like, as a mini reward, we'll swipe them off as soon as they're done. There's like an excitement around it. There's an excitement around like having that checklist and seeing that progress. I've tried it. I've tried to be that person. I've lost so many notebooks, I'm fully aware that it's just not for me. A counter example to that is that something that I work on regularly are not just the things that help me manage my time, but really thinking about the type of activities that take up a lot of my time, and then how do I minimize that. but common themes across the board are the ideas that we know the positions that take up most of our time, and we're trying to prioritize how to really know what we need to do. Because I find that that's really what we're trying to figure out, right? We're not just trying to figure out, did I complete the series of tasks between 8:30 and 10:30 like I said I would? It's really more like, okay, do I know where I'm at for tomorrow? I think that what really matters is trying to create some sort of hierarchy for what's the most important thing that needs to get done and when in what ordered form. There's a funny algorithm, bringing this to computer science, that I learned, that essentially was just like a time management algorithm. It's just a time series, and all it does is it says, hey, the thing that's most important you should do first, right? And it's so interesting to have, like, as a ULA, an undergraduate learning assistant for algorithms in this class, to be writing out this formula, and we're all like, this seems pretty obvious, right? But the fact that it had to be notated and it works efficiently just speaks to like how often we don't even really think about it as a tool that can benefit us.
And I think, though, that one of the struggles is that students don't necessarily feel that they have as much power over their time to prioritize it and to control what they're doing when. And I think for some students, it's a legacy of, going straight from high school into college, where you're at school 6.5 hours a day. Yeah. And all that time is scheduled for you. Or you're coming from the workforce and you're at work for 8 hours a day, or more. But often that time is scheduled for you as a manager. I think one of the big things is, one of the benefits of a college education and the approach that I'm encouraging students to take, which is to have ownership over their education. But that also means having ownership and responsibility over time. What did you struggle with when you first came, from community college, and also you were in the workforce, now you're a full-time student? Like, what was the shift that you had to make in terms of your own relationship to time management that really helped you succeed in college?
So 2 things there. I think the first one is first accepting that these things are happening, whether you attend them or not, and it's in your best interest to try to attend them, whatever that is. If it's a class, if it's an office hour session, if it's, just date night with your partner because you need to prioritize it, or spending time with your kids. Like, these are different things that carry different values that are important to people, and they matter. So I think the first one is like just understanding like the reality between like what's that cost, what's the opportunity cost for completing that action, and just being okay with saying, hey, I just can't do that thing today, right? I think there's a lot of pressure, and I find this to be consistent across just students in general, like whether it's high school or college or even graduate school that I'm in now, to have to be at the thing for the sake of missing out, for that FOMO idea, that the fact that you might not be in that Instagram photo, or you might not make that one connection at one time. I think it's okay if you learn to be a little bit more patient with yourself, that sometimes you just don't have the bandwidth for that one last thing that was the extra mile, right? And I think that obviously within reason, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing, our mental health and our physical health. But I'm relating it more to like, an additional rugby practice that I really want to make. But it's between that or getting a few more hours of sleep, or just, hosting office hours myself. Like, it's okay to kind of let go in the short term, as long as you're trying to plan for it accordingly.
I think where students get discouraged or get ground down is when they find themselves doing a lot of things and they don't know why they're doing it. So weirdly, part of time management is also identifying for yourself why you're doing everything you're doing, right? And again, not everybody loves every part of their college experience. Not every person who works loves every part of their job, right? But if you have a reason or a goal or an understanding of why you're doing it, then that's going to make the getting into your work more purposeful. A lot of the students I see who get really overstressed and feel like they don't have enough time, they are really trying to prioritize meeting all their deadlines, right? Which is important. You're in college. You want to meet the deadlines that your your faculty members set, the deadlines for your extracurriculars, the deadlines for, your campus jobs and things like that. But part of the reason they get so exhausted is that they aren't paying attention to the other parts of their life that create that kind of stability that allows them to work most efficiently. I'll give you the number one example is sleep, right?
You're right.
Students think, oh, I have a deadline tomorrow. I'm going to pull an all-nighter, or I've got 4 hours I can sleep. And then their paper isn't as strong as it should be because they haven't mentally rested. They haven't created the conditions for themselves where they can optimally and efficiently use that time. One of the things I am always recommending to students is, do you have a consistent time that you go to sleep and a consistent time when you wake up? Because those two things provide structure for your day. And they hit one of those basic requirements for you to have, a strong and stable platform for you to work from. And that's, making sure you're getting enough sleep.
No, that's a great point. And the sleep one, I'm happy you brought that up, because I think sometimes, especially for returning adults, I remember I came up in a corporate culture where, you just kind of had to hustle, and hustle meant just working extra hours, coming in on weekends. I remember pre-COVID, it was normal to have someone in with a flu because it showed that you were committed to the cause. Things that we would just not consider at all today anymore, thankfully so. But that also meant that your health was the first thing that kind of took a hit on that. Your quality of sleep, the type of sleep, sometimes unhealthy eating or drinking habits. I think you're right. I think it's very easy to feel overwhelmed. And sometimes, procrastination can definitely be a part of that. But it then feels like you're trying to catch yourself out of this ditch, and the one day to do it is just shovel all night. And I just don't know that all-nighters work consistently. And if there's something that I know has... for peers that I really admire, is that they get consistent, good quality nights of sleep. I'll meet new students. I will do orientation. We'll talk, and I've heard, especially this last year, with new students who don't know me, like they know I'm doing this club sports. I'm in graduate school. I'm trying to help out when I can. I used to volunteer for different causes around campus, and common questions were just like, how? Like I don't understand where you're getting the hours in a day. And I used to make this joke about like, well, I just don't sleep, right? But the reality is, of course, I'm sleeping. I think it's just more like deciding where to allocate my time and being okay that I can't do it all, right? And again, like academics, my time with my partner, definitely take priorities because these things need to get done. But there are just going to be a few social events sometimes where it's like, hey, I would love to go do X, Y, or Z, but unless I'm willing to move that in a hierarchy somewhere else and then move something down, I can't do it because I can't squeeze everything in at the same place.
And the other thing I like to remind students is that most students are going to have 8 semesters of school between their first year and their last semester. That's a long time. That's a lot of time. And that, if you choose to take a step back for a little while so that you can take care of yourself and take care of your mental health, take care of your physical health, it doesn't mean that those opportunities go away, because one of the things about college is the opportunities are being generated all the time. And if there's an opportunity that either isn't right for you or it's just not coming at the right time for you, another opportunity is going to be available at the time that you're ready to take it, right? And I think that is a challenging thing for our students to really believe, right? Because some of the myths that are there among the students is, you have to do this thing, you have to have this particular path, and then the reality is, no, you don't. Like, every single student is on their own path, and that involves, also, like, if you're trying. I think you've referenced it a little bit. Like, sometimes if you're comparing yourselves to others and you see students who seem to have it all, seem to be doing everything, and you're like, gosh, I wish I could be that person. Well, you're not that person. You're you, and you have your own priorities and your own things that you want to accomplish. And so one of the things that I think is great about prioritizing time management is that it also forces you to reflect and take a step back and say, hey, wait a minute, am I filling all these things on my calendar? Like, why am I saying yes to 3 different dance troupes in my extracurriculars? Or why am I taking on all these extra hours in the library? Do I really need to have all those extra hours for the library job? Well, actually, maybe I need those library job hours more than I need to be doing 3 different dance troupes, maybe cut down to 1 dance troupe. Or like sometimes students try to take as many courses as they can to get the college experience as quickly as they can. I mean, and that's a legit thing because college is expensive. You want to get through in as short amount of time. But sometimes when you jam pack things, you don't get to have the full experience.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I'm so grateful that you said that. The same way we don't have the same habits, we don't have the same academic lived experience, right? Like none of us get a say in the neighborhoods we grew up in. As children, we don't have a say of the schools that we're exposed to or the type of literature that we'll have access to. And we do the best that we can with the resources that we have. Within that, that also means that we build different habits around like, well, how do we study? How do we concentrate? How do we allocate our time? If there's something that I want students to take away is that you're not a lost cause if you feel like you don't have it right today. And that's the goal. The goal is that you're working on it and you're trying to figure it out. I feel like I just barely started figuring it out. Like, and I can see so many opportunities that I have for my own personal development. But I think about how I spend my time today in this week and this month compared to 6 years ago. And I'm just so much more excited about the type of concentration I'll be able to have going forward, knowing that there are opportunities. But that doesn't mean that I think of my past as like wasted time. And I hope that other students won't either.
Yeah, exactly. This comes to one of the things that is a theme throughout all of the discussions we're going to be having around how to succeed in college. But specifically for time management, I mean, one is that what we're talking about is you have to manage your day-to-day time, your week-to-week time, but also to make time in those weeks to be thinking a semester, 2 semesters.
100%.
People on our campus that I refer students to, sometimes I refer them to a college advisor or a dean or a faculty member. And those are all resources to talk about like maybe that future stuff, right? That, the 15 minutes that you spend after class talking to a professor about, hey, how did you get interested in this, right? If you're curious about the work that they did, that is 15 minutes really well spent in terms of thinking about your future. I often see the students who overschedule themselves, right? That, their day starts at 6 a.m. into the gym and doesn't end till midnight. Yeah. And it's not just that they're not sleeping, but they're not giving themselves any downtime. They're not giving themselves any time to really explore. They've overcommitted themselves with the idea that the key to college success is to do everything. Yeah. And again, to get back to this theme that we've been talking about in terms of priorities, it's not to do everything. That's not what is going to make employers want you when you graduate. They are going to be asking, well, tell me about your specific experience. Like, what's one project that you feel proud of? What is one experience that you had that changed your thinking? Yeah. Like, I mean, I know I've been in interviews where they've asked me questions like that. And so if you've scheduled all of your time, you're spending all your time doing, but part of the reason to go to college is to have the opportunity to take a step back and reflect and to explore in a relatively safe place. And like, while you have these anchors to your week, if you're creating a weekly routine, you're making sure that you're getting your work done for the week. But within that, to have, like, for me, when I was in college, I was an early riser. I would schedule most of my classes in the morning, have an occasional seminar in the afternoon. But by 4:00, my brain was done, But that was great because that was the time when I would like head out to the campus. I was in a residential college, head out to the campus green or to the fields at the edge of the thing, and I'd go for a walk, play frisbee, play rugby in your case, right? Just sit and listen to music, go get coffee with a friend. Those kinds of things are also really, really important to your college experience.
You want to go do frisbee? Go do frisbee. You want to go crochet. Join a debate team if that's something you really want to do, right? Like there's so many things that you can do, and even then, they don't have to be academic related. It could be a part of your community that you're involved in. They could be a part of your, maybe your religious order, whatever the case, whatever brings you peace and knowing that you're spending your time well. Give that a shot.
One of the biggest differences between high school and college is the pace. Students ask, how am I supposed to take useful notes when the professor is covering the material from 3 chapters in one lecture? College requires a new approach to time and accountability. Unlike high school, professors are asking you to be on top of your own work. You're expected to take the initiative to ask for additional resources and help that you may need. To learn how to approach this transition to college classes, I spoke with a STEM major in applied mathematics, Deja. As someone who successfully balances demanding theoretical math and computer science courses, she understands the ruthless speed of college life. This module isn't just about maximizing 75 minutes of class. It's about ensuring that your education becomes exactly what you want to make of it. Okay, so our topic for today is really learning about how students can really optimize their time in the classroom when they're in class. And that includes preparing for class, taking notes, participating, and then reviewing after class. So we're just going to have a nice, great conversation about all of these different things. Well, I'm going to ask you to take a little bit of step back in time and think about what it was like for you when you first started college. Like, what to you was the biggest difference between like the time you would spend in class in high school and the way it felt to be in class in college? Like, what were some of the big differences that you remember noticing when you first stepped on campus?
Yeah, one of the biggest differences I noticed when I stepped on campus was just how fast college classes go. My high school teachers always told me in college, you have to fit a year's worth of material in a semester. So everything goes fast paced. But I really didn't know how fast paced until I walked into my first calculus class. And it was like, hi, my name is so-and-so. We have P-sets every Wednesday, office hours on these days. Okay, topic 1. I'm like, whoa, what happened to syllabus week? What happened to getting to know you? Wow, we're just jumping in. And, you're going through so many topics every week. You're going through a chapter's worth of material every week and a half. Then it's on to the next thing. I didn't have any classes like that in high school. So if you're really struggling here, you have to be the one to take the initiative out and get that help versus in high school, when there's only 20, 25, 30 people in the class, it's much easier for a teacher to identify hey, you are there. And also in a high school, it's much easier for a teacher to grab you. They know your schedule. They can call you down to the principal's office, call you down to their office, give you detention if it's really that serious. Versus here, you're living your life here, you're an adult here. And so a professor really is not going to force you to do something you don't want to do. So if you are failing and you don't put in the effort to go into office hours or tutoring or whatever else, they're just going to let you fail. And there's really none of that hand holding that's in college.
I love your last point. It's not that people want you to fail, but they are asking you to be on top of your own work and then ask for the additional resources or additional help that you need. And I think that's both something that is a little intimidating to students, and it's also something that's partly freeing. That's one of the things is you make of your education what you want to make of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah. I mean, in college, there's that flexibility that everyone loves so much. Oh, you get to be an adult, but you're not paying bills, but it's this, but it's that. But it also means that you have to set your schedule. You have to really hold yourself accountable in a way that you didn't have to in high school.
Some people think that a lecture just means you're in a big lecture hall and someone, the professor's going to be on the stage and they're going to be going through a PowerPoint or going through equations on the board, and you just have to take a bunch of notes and process everything. And then the seminar, often students think that, okay, well, that's just like a smaller class, right? When actually these are, I can say as a faculty member, these are actually two different modes of delivering content and two different ways of engaging in education. And so being able to think a little bit about the mode in which you're learning, whether that's a seminar or a lecture, can really help you prepare effectively for the course. So one thing about lectures, a lot of lectures first year and second year students spend a lot of time in lectures. Why is that? Well, lectures are sort of broad introductions into the field, right? So there are going to be multiple topics, as you already mentioned. Sometimes these topics change from week to week, but it's there for the students to get an overview or an orientation to the field. Part of the challenge for students is if you want to have a good understanding of the background of a field, part of your job as a student is to process and organize the information that you're getting not only from your professor, but also from your readings, and also from, many of the lectures will have discussion sections with a faculty member. So you're processing information from that. If you're taking a STEM course, sometimes those discussion sections or those office hours are opportunities to understand how a concept relates to a process, maybe a process for solving an equation, or maybe it's a process that happens in biology, or it's a scientific process. But you learn that by discussing those things with your peers, right? And so the role of the student in a lecture very much is to take in all this information from all these different sources, and try to organize it so that they have a good, solid understanding of the topic that the course is presenting. Seminars are different. Seminars tend to be a little bit more exploratory. Often it's a professor or an instructor and, 8 people, 12 people, 15 people, 20 people. Most of the seminars I know max out around 25 students. And the purpose of that is to take a deep dive into one area within a larger field. And part of the purpose of a seminar isn't just to learn as much as you possibly can about that, but also to kind of play with that knowledge and build on that knowledge through conversation with other students and with the professor. So seminars tend to be really participation heavy, tend to have students talking to each other a lot. And the goal is both understanding the material, but also sometimes being able to offer your own new perspective on it. And that's still possible in a lecture, but that often in the lecture circumstance, that takes place in the exams and in the papers that you write in a lecture class. Whereas in a seminar class, that kind of creating new knowledge by conversing with other people, asking questions about the kinds of research that's come before, like that's a place where you can try out ideas and see if they work, and get feedback on them immediately in the conversation that you're having in the seminar.
I mean, one of the biggest misconceptions I had about lectures and seminars was that lectures are for STEM classes and seminars are for non-STEM classes, which no. I mean, I had a humanities class that was in a 90-person lecture room, and I was like, oh, I didn't know y'all did this too. Like, hello? And then I've had a CS class where it was just me and like 15 other people. So I'm not used to a professor knowing my name. Like, this is different.
One thing when I'm working with my students that I consult with, they're like, oh, I'm struggling with this class. And one of the first questions I ask often is, how do you prepare for class? And then they look at me very blankly and say, I'm supposed to prepare for class. Of course, people will do their homework or do their reading before class, but there are other ways of preparing for class beyond just doing the readings, or maybe approaching the readings or approaching the assignments in a particular way.
I know for me, like if I'm approaching something like theoretical math or something that's really like complex, proof heavy, like dense sort of material, I know that I need an introduction to the topic before it's introduced in class. So especially if it's a class like linear algebra or differential equations, where I know it's like, a class offered at every university. It's been taught for years and years and years. I know there's a lot of materials online, whether on YouTube or readings or this, that, or the third, that I can find about the material. So I'll look at the syllabus, see what sort of things we're covering for the week, and watch a few videos to prepare for it. Not to necessarily say that I'm trying to learn the material before it's actually taught, but just so that I have one cursory, like, okay, like this is the sort of things that we're going to be talking about, so that when I see it again in class, it's not like I'm completely lost. Because I notice when I do try to go into class just completely like, okay, I guess I'll just show up and learn what I learned, I'm more so focused on just trying to get the words down and learn it later, which is not very productive. Like if you're spending 75 minutes, 50 minutes in a class already, you might as well use that time productively.
We tend to undersell ourselves and also tend to think everybody else has like it more together than we do. And really, it's not that the students who come in and are talking in who seem to know what's going on in class. It tends to be the students who are doing the very things you're talking about, right? They prepare ahead of time, and what they're doing is just familiarizing themselves with the material. It gives them what I call anchors, right? Just a tiny little list, like some bullet points of, okay, I know this idea is going to be important, or I'm looking for this concept, or I'm looking for this application. Just having that at the top of your notes can help you when you do get lost or something gets really confusing. You can go back and think, okay, like, where are we? What are we talking about? Oh, right. It's probably related to this thing that I looked up like the night before.
And it even applies to you were talking more so about like the non-STEM classes, but even for your STEM classes, I know in my proof-based like math classes, like it really builds on top of each other, and things we divined 3 weeks ago are going to come up again. So just taking the time to like, not even to necessarily do an hour-long deep dive, like learn the material, but just 15 minutes of like, okay, like this is a general idea of what we're going to be learning. Like what from the past are we going to be talking about again? Because if you go in with like I kind of understand this old stuff, and then we build on top of the shaky foundation, it's not happening. Like you're gonna be lost. That building is falling. Like, I'm sorry. So to make sure you just have a strong foundation and whatever you previously learned, so that you can go into the next class ready to absorb more information, is really helpful.
We expect that students will be prepared. We also expect in some ways that students come prepared with their own takes on things, right? And their own ideas. And again, I'm speaking a little bit more from the humanities perspective, and I'd actually love to hear like how you see that from the STEM perspective. I mean, one of the major differences in college that I talk about a lot is in high school, a lot of the readings and things that are assigned, it's to ensure that students can show that they comprehend what they're reading and that they really fully understand it. And in college, there is that comprehension piece, but it's also the critical analysis piece. Like, not only can you understand this material, but what do you think about it? How would you analyze the arguments that a person is presenting? Does one question that I ask a lot with my students, especially when I'm teaching my first year writing courses, we'll read 2 essays about the same topic, and I'll ask them, okay, so how does essay number 2 affect the ways that you thought about the topic? How does it make you think differently versus how you thought about it after reading just essay number 1? Right. And why? That's the other big thing that I think is the huge difference between high school and college is like college professors are way more interested in the why. For you to be prepared to talk about like, well, I really thought this part of the essay or this part of the argument was a strong argument, but I actually had questions about this part of the argument. And here are what my questions are. And maybe we can, again, in a seminar setting, maybe you offer those questions to the broader audience. And maybe you come in with a list of questions that you want to ask. You don't necessarily have to ask all of them or even any of them, but to be coming prepared with questions that you want to ask, that will help the conversation flow in that seminar. But I would also love to hear from you, like that STEM piece, like how do you think that you get to have sort of your own voice in a STEM class?
So I'll say with intro level STEM classes, you're not gonna have a voice. I'm sorry. Like there's not really a whole bunch of takes on calculus too. Like there's a right and a wrong, and that's like kind of that. But as I've noticed now that I'm a junior, I'm taking more advanced classes. Like instead of having a final exam, you're more so having like final projects and final papers. And that's where your creativity really gets to show. I know for my computational linguistics class this semester, we've learned about all these different machine learning models and how they're applied to language processing and understanding. And for the class, we get a final project. And people are doing all sorts of things. I know I'm doing a project that's looking at dialects, specifically African American vernacular English, and how chat models understand African American vernacular English. I know for a computational psychology class, we also had a final project. And I did mine on like computationally simulating race memory. Oh, do we see a theme? I like race. I don't know. But then someone else did theirs on like your natural ability to understand music, and someone else did theirs on like syntactic structure of language, and someone did theirs on like gun stuff. Like it was just a whole bunch of random stuff, and you saw people presenting their work, and it was like, wow, like I didn't even know like this model could be applied in this way. Like, so that's really like the beauty of a class like that, where it's like people from all these different disciplines, applied math, CS, psych, this, that, and the third, which you tend to get in these huge like lectures, you know, like general lectures like linear algebra, differential equations apply to a lot of different majors, a lot of different fields. So you're going to have people from a bunch of different departments coming together.
Yeah. And it makes it exciting to be in class, right? Like you have a purpose for being in class. And I think that's something that, again, is one of those big shifts from being in high school to being in college, is that your fellow students and your professors will be interested in the unique vision or the unique questions that you are interested in. I will say, though, that I know that classroom participation can be really intimidating to students, right? I was that student at some point in my career, especially in STEM classes. I never asked questions in STEM classes. Like, give me a novel, I'll talk all day long, but talk to me about the Krebs cycle, and I'm like, I don't know. I think that a lot of faculty, because they know how important that class participation is, sometimes we require it. It's like 5% of your grade, 10% of your grade. And so some strategies for participating when you're maybe not feeling like, you might be feeling anxious about it, or students might feel a little bit hesitant because, they are sitting in a room with 100 of their peers.
At first, I was pretty intimidated to participate in class, especially as a Black woman in STEM. There's a lot of times where I'm one of the only, if not the only person that looks like me in class. So I found that pretty intimidating. And then just being in that space, and then me asking a question during class is like, oh, like, I guess she's really not supposed to be here. And it's like, oh, I don't know. But I mean, on one hand, I definitely do still feel that sort of way. But on another, it's like, well, I mean, I kind of stand out already. Like, I can't really change the fact that I'm Black or a woman. So, I mean, the professor knows me. Even if he just recognizes my face, he's gonna know me. So I might as well make him learn my name too. Like, might as well get something out of it. So that really gave me the courage. When I started thinking about that, I was like, oh, well, if he's gonna notice me anyway, might as well have him know me as Deja. So I started raising my hand and engaging with the material more.
Participation lets the professor get to know you. And that is such a crucial part of getting your college education, because it's not, obviously it is about learning the material, but it's also about like human interactions and growing and changing as a student. And when you get to speak in class with your peers and you get ideas from your peers, and you're literally like changing in the moment because your brain is changing, your mind is changing, right? But more and more faculty are trying to make their courses interactive because we know that students learn better when they have more active learning. So if you do have some pieces that are still shaky from the previous classes, you might be able to ask, hey, how does this new material relate to what we learned like last week? And that's a great question to ask, because I bet you at least 50% of the students in that class are asking the same question of themselves. And it gives the faculty member an opportunity to kind of clarify, oh, this is, these are how these things are connected.
Yeah, heavy on the half the class is confused. I know me, like, when I'm confused, I'm gonna ask a question. Like, closed mouths don't get fed. Like, I'm gonna raise my hand. And I can't tell you how many times after class someone came up to me and was like, girl, I'm so glad you asked that. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, me too. You can always like save all your questions till the end and ask them personally if you're not okay with that. And then professors obviously also have office hours at least once a week. So, and no one really goes to them. Like, which is like real, like it's pretty intimidating to go to the office hours with the professor themselves versus like, peer tutoring or something like that, which is like, oh, like someone in your grade, maybe a year above you versus like the professor. So those office hours tend to be a little bit more quiet. You can get a little bit more individualized help from the person that's literally teaching you it. So they have a good understanding of it. And it's also just interesting to talk to professors. They're obviously much more senior in their field, so they've lived a multitude of lives. Like, just talking to the professors has exposed me to sort of career paths I didn't even know existed, and like fellowships I didn't know existed, like jobs you could get, like this, that, and the third. So just having that connection is always nice. But then like, oh, like if you need letter of recommendations, if you like do a summer opportunity that requires it, or apply to a job that requires it, like you're going to need it from a professor, or to get involved in their research, like having that in with a professor is really nice. So like, don't be afraid to engage. One thing that changed my mentality with it is that it's literally part of a professor's job to engage with the student body. Like, that's like one of the main reasons they're there, like one of their number one responsibilities. So like, they expect you to ask questions. They expect you to go to their office hours. They expect you to reach out, which is like part of what we were saying before. Like in college, like you're much more expected to take that first step and take that first leap. Because if you're lost, or if you want to talk to them, or this, that, and the third, they're not going to find you. Like most of the time they don't even know your name. So they're definitely not going to sit up here and be like, oh, Deja, like, where you been, girl? Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're not going to reach out to me personally. So you have to be the one to take that step. But then they're also more sympathetic when you do maybe need an extension or a dean's excuse or something like that. Who do you think they're going to be more sympathetic to? Someone that they know the name of, or someone that they can't really gauge how well they're doing in the class?
And I find that, again, the students that I talk to sort of individually, sometimes they're like, Karin, I don't know how to take notes. Right? Because I think sometimes we get in our heads that everybody's got to have like some kind of like perfect system for taking notes. Or sometimes they go into a class and they had a system that worked in one class and they switch it to a different kind of class and it doesn't work for them anymore. What are some of your experiences with note taking? Like, how do you think about note taking and how do you approach it?
So when it comes to note taking, I think first I really have to identify like what works for me for this specific class. So that includes like a bit of experimentation. Sometimes I go to class and I just like copy everything down like a monkey, and maybe that'll work, maybe that won't. Then I'll switch it over. Okay, maybe I'm not going to class, but I'm watching the recordings later on so that I can like pause it when I need to, fast forward, rewind, search something up, take the time. I know that personally works for me, having that time to like be able to pause the professor, because you can't like in the middle of class be like, wait, let me write that down real quick. Like, so being able to watch the recording later on, or even live, just not being in the room, and being able to pause it and like search something up or get clarification or take more time with an example to work something through, really helps me, especially in my applied classes. For my theoretical math classes, I'm still trying to figure that out myself, but that's where the pre-work really does come in. I do try and like look at it beforehand, make sure that I have the definitions and everything sort of locked in, but it's just so fast. Like, they go so fast. Like, I don't know what to say. So developing shorthand so that you know you understand. Like, you don't need to write every single word on that board. And maybe these notes will be unintelligible to the next person, but as long as it makes sense to you, if you develop a system where you know that this means that and this means that, like, I know some people like to take really messy notes before, like during class, and then go after it when they have the time and like make it pretty, like take the time to digest it, refer to the notebook, especially where classes that are very dense, like, oh, we covered 3 chapters in one class. That's cool.
I think what you're really highlighting is that note-taking in class is just a way of processing what you're hearing as you're hearing it. Note-taking really is an opportunity for students to kind of frame the pieces of information that they're getting and framing it for themselves so that they can make sense of it. You open your syllabus and you see the assigned reading for the next class. 3 tiny bullet points represent 100 pages of required reading, and instantly you are overwhelmed, thinking, there's no way I have time to read all of this. The sheer volume you face in college is fundamentally different from high school. It can be hard to determine what to skim and what to read slowly and carefully. But how you read effectively for college is shaped by the theme of this course. You are in charge of what you learn. Your goal for reading in college is not necessarily to absorb every single word. Rather, your goal is to get something out of the reading so that you can make an informed contribution to the class discussion and/or anchor your essays and assignments. For this module, you will hear NYX's structured process for reading in college. As a humanities major, they often have heavy reading loads. Hopefully, you will pick up some strategies that will help you gain control over your learning. By using pre-reading, active reading, and post-reading strategies, you will be able to identify the author's main argument and become an active, confident, and critical contributor to your class conversation. So, Nyx, we were just talking about, before we started recording, like how I feel like the reading that I did and the way that I read when I was in school way back in the 1980s is very different than the way that I see my teenage children reading now. It seems like, I would sometimes spend a couple hours a day just reading for pleasure. And I know my kids are doing that too, but it's often on the internet. It's often, I would be reading a novel. They, in that space of 2 hours, could be reading, news articles, entertainment. But here we are, a lot of faculty are my age and grew up with that kind of reading experience and also assign work in a way that we expect sort of students who are serious about academics to do deep, long readings.
Yeah, I mean, I think I am in that period of my generation that's a transition between everyone who grew up reading books and everyone who's growing up reading articles and things like that. But as I was saying earlier, I think it's a lot harder to track like the amount that you're doing reading for when it's digital and in these different sort of short form. But I think that there is something different about like reading a book or doing readings for a class, or at least in mindset, at least, that makes it seem like more serious reading versus news articles. For example, I find that whenever those end up in a syllabus, I read them first. Like when I have like a list of things that I have to read, I will always read the short thing first, the shortest one first, because it makes me feel like I've gotten more done. Because it's, there's 3 bullet points and one of them's 3 pages and one of them's 20 pages. At least I still finished one of the 3 bullet points.
I think you're also pointing out one way in which reading for and preparing a reading for college is different than high school, which is rather than trying to cover the entire work, right? I remember sitting in, say, my junior year English class where we would read a short story or we'd read an essay, and the teacher would really make an effort to make sure that we had read the whole thing and that we had understood the whole thing. Whereas in college, you could spend half of a seminar talking about 2 pages of a novel, right? Or if you're in a social sciences, like taking that time on just one journal article and just half of that journal article, right? So the expectation kind of is that you are familiar with the whole. It doesn't even mean that you have to read the whole thing like very closely and slowly, but that you're familiar with the whole, but that you get enough out of your reading so that you have a contribution to make in the class discussion or with or to be able to connect it to the lecture.
And I mean, that just like seems to make sense for the fact that you want to get things out of your classes and out of the homework that you do. So I think it's a good motivation that way, and just inherently where you're doing the reading and it's like, okay, there's hundreds of pages. I don't want to do all of that, but I do want to get something out of it. Or I don't even have time to do all of it. It may not even be that you don't want to, but you just physically cannot. It's a matter of, okay, well, all your professor wants and all you really should want is to get something out of the reading. And if as long as that's achieved, then like you've done your job with the reading.
Yeah. And as you'll see, like having that attitude towards the reading as being the basis of the conversation or as contributing to the lecture changes what you do with the reading, right? And I wish I had learned this earlier in my college career, because I think often in high school, you're taught like you start at the beginning and you read all the way through the end, and then you're done with your reading. Yeah. And then you wait until you go to class the next day, and then the teacher sort of you spend a lot of time in class like rereading. Do you know what I mean? And pointing out what they think is important, and then finally you get to talk. Whereas like the way that college classes are organized, especially seminars, the faculty member may come in and do a little bit of explanation of, hey, I'd like to talk about X today, and here's the question I'm thinking of, or may even start with, student questions. It's a really common practice for faculty members to ask students to submit questions for discussion, on the learning management system the night before.
But like even comments or reflections on the reading of I did not understand that is like perfectly valid and like a good response to bring to the table, because you could also talk about maybe why you didn't understand it.
Yeah, and actually, just from the faculty member's perspective, we are most interested in the things that our students think are most difficult. Right. So even be able for someone to come in and say, here's a part of this essay or this article or this poem that I didn't understand. That's a cue to me as a faculty member of, oh, maybe we should talk about this more, in more detail and have a really productive conversation about it. So Nix, where do you yourself, or where have you seen peers experience challenge in reading for college? And sort of how have you and your peers dealt with those challenges?
Yeah, I would say there are two big problems in terms of reading. One is when someone has to read an entire book, and that feels very, very daunting, because it's the entirety of a book that you have to read. Or when there's little to no interest in the reading material itself. I have ADHD. A lot of my friends have ADHD, so interest is very important in wanting to do things and them actually getting done. So sometimes when readings are really, really, this is a common experience. People who do not have ADHD, wanting to do readings that you don't want to do is inherently, that doesn't work. You don't want to do readings that you don't want to do. So that tends to be a really difficult thing, and this is where skimming comes into play, finding parts of things that you're interested in even when you didn't think that you might be. There's a really recent example of one of my classes where there was this reading. It was one of these dense philosophy texts where the first couple words sounds insane. The first couple sentences you're just like, what am I about to read? But actually the rest of it was extremely interesting, but I was turned off by the first 3 sentences. But then when we got into the discussion in class, I was like, I really wish I had read this, because this is actually really good. It connects to a lot of different things that I already been thinking about. So maybe even doing outside research, finding manageable information about whatever the book is on to gain interest, and then maybe what are the chapters in the book that are related to that you can start looking at to build information for the paper. I'm a huge believer in like if you can't do all of it, try to do some of it, especially when it comes to reading, especially when you have hundreds and hundreds of pages to do. If you're a history major, for example, like that is so much reading, and it's not necessarily the fun kind. Like
Yeah, but one of the things you're talking about is like, and I think this applies to what it's like to be a college student. Like sometimes you have to manufacture your own interest in something in order to rise to the challenge that's being offered by your faculty member when they assign that work. Keep in mind, faculty are, in general, really deliberate about what they're choosing. There is a reason why they've assigned that book or that article or that set of poems. Um, and um, and if you don't engage at all with them, then you're going to be missing a significant part of what that faculty member is trying to teach you. And so part of the method of trying to succeed in college classes is to try to find ways of manufacturing that interest in whatever you happen to be reading. And there's a bunch of different ways you can do that. Ones that come to the top of my head is to just go back to the syllabus and remind yourself, like, why is it that I'm taking the class in the first place? Yeah. What am I really trying to get out of this class? And even if this seems like the most boring, dry, incomprehensible philosophy or history reading or scientific paper, there's got to be a reason why it's here, right? And if I can figure out what that reason is, then that's going to motivate me to engage in the work. Right.
Yeah. And it doesn't even need to be like equal engagement with everything. Like if there are things that you're super duper interested in, definitely engage with them more, give them more time, because at the end of the day, it's about what you're going to get out of it. In terms of how you're going to get graded in the class, you want to get things out of your readings in order to like do well in papers and do well in the class discussion. But also like you want to get takeaways out of the class for yourself generally. So if you're super interested in something, do those deep dives. And if you're not interested in something and you only get a couple takeaways out of it, at least have a couple so you can understand where your professor is coming from in assigning it. Because usually they tend to have cooked up some sort of connection with that and some of the things that you're interested in that you haven't seen yet. And I think it's like a cool little game to figure out, why did they put this on the syllabus? Why is it important to them? Why is it important to the larger discussion?
And that's another thing that is really big at the college level, is that we're so much more, yes, we can read things that are about giving us information, but so much more often we're reading to try to figure out, what is this person saying? What is this person arguing? What is this person's hypothesis, and why is it important? And so asking these questions about relevance, why is it important? How does the example that someone gives actually prove the point that they're trying to make? And sometimes you're gonna be reading these other people who are supposed to be experts in their field, and you're like, yeah, I don't buy it. And that's exciting. Right? Because I think that's the other ways in which reading is incredibly egalitarian and democratic. And that's also a shift for many students from high school to college, which is that idea of and this is uncomfortable for some students, right? Like you think, okay, this person has a PhD often, or is like top in their field, and they're writing about something they're expert in. Who am I as an 18-year-old, or as somebody who is coming back to school and hasn't read anything in this field ever before? Who am I to like critique this? But that's exactly what your professors want you to do, because they don't necessarily hold up the reading as the absolute last word or the most excellent ideas in the world. Just because this is the first time you as a unique person is reading this text, right? And your unique experiences, all of the reading and life experience that you've had before, all the movies you've watched, that shaped who you are. You have a unique vision. And so being able to read a text for the first time and have something to say about it and to say, hey, here's where I'm not convinced. Often you're not convinced because it doesn't connect with either the previous knowledge you have or the previous experience you have. Sometimes through that discussion you have about a place where someone makes an argument and you're not convinced, maybe through discussion with your peers, you do become convinced and you change a little bit. But sometimes you convince your peers, right? Like, hey, maybe we should be thinking about this in a different way. And that's exciting too. And either one of those outcomes is the core of the kind of education you're getting in your classes. And it's just, I love that part of teaching and learning. So for the workshops that we do with students through our Office of Educational Opportunity, we talk about sort of like a 3-step strategy for approaching any reading that should help you get what you need out of that reading. The first step is doing some pre-reading. The second step is active reading. And then the third step is reflection and asking questions. Do you use any pre-reading strategies? And if so, what are those strategies?
Doing pre-reading by looking them up before coming to class is really important. And you don't know exactly who those people are going to be without figuring out what exactly are the films you're going to be seeing the next day, where are they from what time period, what's going on in the country at that time. So all of those kinds of questions that you can do research on beforehand.
I think another thing that I end up talking with students about a lot is using pre-reading to figure out what they should pay attention to while they're reading. Like I think in high school, for good reasons, the teachers are saying, okay, just don't look up anything, just experience the work, which actually, when you're reading a creative work, that is good advice. But when you're trying to get information or concepts or like a sort of broader understanding out of the reading, sometimes you're going to need some, again, like some anchors, which I've talked about in some previous modules. Like, what are the anchors of the text? If you look them up, you find out information about them. You find out information about the methodology that they used for this book, which was actually a really sort of innovative methodology that they're using. And you also get to a sense of like, what are those key ideas that you really should be looking for as you're reading the book? And sometimes having that like, oh, I need to pay attention to this term, or when they come explain this example, I really should slow down and look at this example because these are things that other people have looked at.
And I also think in terms of like doing these readings and other things that you could be looking for in pre-reading, part of pre-reading is also just like scanning the text and looking for like what are the different organizers of this text. Like in terms of like scientific journals, this is really important because they have a clear abstract, they have a clear conclusion, and those are things that you can jump to sort of figure out, okay, what is this journal article about? So you don't get bogged down in the weeds of a bunch of different data points that you may not fully understand, or a bunch of different graphs you don't fully understand.
And I think it's really important that we also say that the pre-reading should take very little time. It's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It doesn't have to take a lot of students' time, but you will be amazed that if you take the time just to put into a search engine the title of the work and the author or authors of the work and see what pops up and spend 5 minutes reading, you will have such a more specific orientation to the text and have some opportunity to read with purpose. Because I think that's the other thing that, when you were talking earlier about like sometimes you have texts and they're boring or you don't know why you're reading them. But if you come in and with already a goal of, okay, these are the things that I need to understand from the text, so that when you've been reading for half an hour and you start to drift off, you have like that little list of, okay, these are things I'm looking for. And it kind of can be, I don't know if it could be fun, but like it becomes a challenge for you. Like you're challenging yourself. Okay, I need to understand these 3 concepts. And as long as I understand these 3 concepts, I've quote unquote done the reading, right? Because that's what you're supposed to be getting out of it, even if there are some things that you have skipped over. Tell me a little bit about what you think active reading is, how you might define it to another student, and then sort of what are your active reading practices?
Just like active reading for me is putting in the slight amount of extra effort to go back and reread things you don't understand, to take notes, to highlight things that you think are really just impactful. Like maybe you don't understand what it means, but you're like, this sounds really smart and is probably important to the text. Doing that kind of work I would consider active. In terms of poetry, I think active reading means like sitting with a line and really trying to unpack it with like journal articles and more scientific things. I think active reading is really trying to maybe parse out like what is happening in this graph? Like what is this data saying and how does this reflect the conclusion? Trying to think critically and maybe even critique the work itself is definitely active reading versus just like passively going, yeah.
I had been taught in high school that active reading was reading with a pen in your hand or a highlighter in your hand. And I was like highlighting every single paragraph. And I see that in especially in my first year students today. And, you think you have interacted with the text when you do that. Because like, oh, I think this is important. But then everything's either suddenly becomes important or the opposite happens. You have that highlighter in your hand and you're not highlighting anything. You're just kind of passively reading and nothing is connecting with you. And I think what's great about your description of active reading is that it's really about having a conversation with the text while you're reading. I don't understand what this means. Oh, this is a really interesting point. So it can start with reactions to the text. Like your professor said, okay, like give me your hot take. You can do, as you're reading, you can have some hot takes, right? Put little notes like, what does this mean? Some people put smiley faces and frowny faces and stars and question marks, right? But then also to do a little bit more than that, which is to actually write down what some of those questions are. One of the things we'll talk about when we get to do our demo is if you go through this process, especially if you have a long reading, you might want to stop your reading every 15, 20 minutes or so and say, okay, what did I just read? Let me summarize this. Can I identify what this person's argument is? What are the uses of this idea? And what are the limits of this idea? And you always have to talk about both, right? And sometimes it requires having a unique perspective in order to identify either of those categories, right? Like, I may be very different than the person who wrote this text, but I can see the ways in which these ideas are useful. Or I have a different experience than the person who wrote this text. And that shows me some of the limitations. I think sometimes students feel like skimming is cheating, but it's not. Like, tell me about how you skim text and what you get out of the text when you skim.
So I have had to read some texts that are quite literally breaking down how to bake a ceramic, like how to fire a ceramic. And it's just a lot of technical terms that I don't need to know because the class was not making ceramics. The class was just about like materiality. So I don't need to know all that information. I know for the class, but on the basis of what the class is about, that I don't need to know all of that information. I know what I'm going to be tested on later, so I know I don't need to know that specific information. So that's something I'm definitely going to skim over. I know people read left to right, especially when they're reading in English versus other languages, but sometimes I find it really helpful to jump to the end of a line and then look at it from right to left and then read it from left to right, because then my brain will automatically pick up on the words that I've already read, and it'll be a lot easier to recognize them and process it because I've already seen the letters on the screen before. So like that initial like scan through of just like looking at the shape of the words on the screen is skimming. I'm not getting a ton out of it. But I can see the keywords and know where to go back and be like, okay, this is a point where I really want to read exactly what this says.
Basically, as faculty members, we want you to get something out of the reading. We don't expect you to get everything out of the reading. So far, we've talked about pre-reading, we've talked about active reading, and then sort of the last step is sort of processing what you've read after you've read it. And often you are doing final projects or writing, exam papers about the readings that you've done over the semester. And so even to just sit and write down like a 3 or 4 sentence summary of what you just read, it helps you process it in the moment. It helps prepare you for class. And if you keep track of those entries, that's part of your studying for your final exams, or it could be the seed that you're writing for your final paper for that semester. So are there any things that you do, Nix, while you, after you've read something to help you process it, maybe before you step into the classroom, or even after you've read it, then you've had your class and then you want to process it some more?
I think community processing is a really important thing for me. So whether that be a discussion post, I'd never write a discussion post before I've read everyone else's. I know other people don't read other people's discussion posts, which I find bizarre, because I don't know what to say without seeing what other people said about something. I don't know why, but I cannot come up with my own ideas without having seen what other people said about the same thing that we just read. So that's a really important space for me. But whenever it's there's no discussion post or there's no online forum, I love talking to my friends about what I'm reading. And even if they're busy, they tend to be interested in the things that I have to say, and vice versa. I love to hear about what my friends are reading and doing research on. I think it's fascinating because they're getting opportunities they're taking classes I may not be able to take, and vice versa. So I really like hearing about it. I think that's the primary way that I do post-reading reflection, is really just by engaging with people about what I'm reading, or even synthesizing things after class into a project or something like that. I love I do a lot of creative projects throughout my semesters, and so I'll tend to pull maybe even quotes specifically from readings that I've done into projects that I'm doing, or I'll write them down somewhere with the intention of using that idea for something else later. So I really did love going back and reviewing quotes that I've highlighted and things like that. And I find myself doing that a lot, especially with the manifestos from my radical cinemas class. A lot of those those sentences are really powerful and really impactful, and I'm using them to be the beginning of my poetry chapbook, for example. So even synthesizing those things into creative projects that might be completely unrelated to the class can be a really good way to engage in post-reading.
Part of it is to take some time to know and learn what works best for you. I have students I was actually just talking to another student a couple hours ago, where he was describing having noise canceling headphones and being all alone, and that is the only, and then going through and doing reading for 3 hours at a time. I'm like, that works for you? God bless you. I cannot. Well, I can do that with novels, but I can only do that with novels, right? I need to go to a coffee shop. I need to have that ambient noise around me. I need to have my cup of tea, and I just need to, that puts me in my zone. I have other students who they can't read in those longer blocks. They can, they figure out by trial and error, I can only read for half an hour at a time, 45 minutes at a time, and then I have to switch to something else, because otherwise I'll just waste my time being distracted. One of the ways to make sure that you're getting your reading done is to assign a time and a place to it. And once you've found the most comfortable environment for your reading, commit to doing the same, the reading for the same class at the same time every time you can during the week, right? To create this routine. Because what will happen is that you'll actually trick your body into getting into the reading for that class, because you've established this pattern. Okay, at 1 o'clock, I'm going to go to this couch in the library to read for my English class. One other question I have for you is, do you ever listen to texts rather than read them?
So this does not work with every kind of text. I hate doing this with poetry. If I had to listen to like AI read me poetry, I can't do it. It makes me cry. Also because a lot of poetry tends to be very visual, like where the spacings are, what kind of punctuation is being used. But other texts are just not that way. If I'm reading a textbook, I love to use like text to speech. I thankfully through Yale, every student has access to this platform called Kurzweil, which does this like text-to-speech reading on a lot of different PDFs, including ones that might have horrible formatting. It still sometimes works, which is really nice. Text-to-speech is really, really useful, especially since this platform specifically will highlight the different words as they are being read, so you can actually visually track everything, which is really good for me because sometimes I will read an entire paragraph and but like I was not reading the paragraph, especially that since I did debate in high school and was taught how to read without reading, because when you have to speak very fast when reading something, you have to turn your brain off from actually reading it. So this is really good because it really focuses me again on like actually processing the words and what are being said. It's a really great tool, and I think it's something like even to invest in because not every institution has that kind of free access to something like that. But I know there are like a lot of different platforms on like the App Store and things like that that you can invest in, which I would really recommend, especially if it's ones that are like $4 or like a really small monthly subscription. I think it's worth it, especially to be able to like have your readings on your phone would be a game changer.
Yeah, and the text to speech can be really helpful for a wide variety of students. Like I sometimes when I work with student athletes, they have such little time when they have a reading heavy course. It can be really difficult for them to do all of the readings. And so I'll say, well, can you get that book as an audiobook? Or can you use text-to-speech software and just listen to it while you're on the bus traveling to your next meet, right? And it's also just like there are all of these assistive technologies out there that while they're designed, were first inspired to support students who are neurodivergent or have dyslexia, for example, they can be helpful to people even without those learning challenges. When you get your first college writing assignment, you might think, is college writing just the 5-paragraph essay but longer? Can I just use ChatGPT to handle the grammar and structure so I can meet that deadline? Those questions and fears are natural. You're transitioning from high school, where writing was often about quick demonstrations of comprehension with little opportunity for revision. In college, we are now asking you to engage with and critique other scholars' ideas, ask questions, and ultimately build new knowledge. To navigate this shift, you need a different process. I want you to hear from Nix, a student who has mastered this transition. Nix realized that the most crucial stage isn't the writing itself, but the thinking. By allocating time for critical analysis, the intellectual architecture of your argument, you will develop a voice and you will find the vehicle to communicate thoughts you are genuinely proud of.
So this conversation that we're going to have about writing today is really about how do you transition into writing for college, and how can you develop that voice, develop those strategies that will help you best engage with the kinds of questions that you're being asked to respond to in college. So I'm just going to start off with, what was writing like for you before you went to college? Like, what was it like in high school? How would you describe it?
So writing for me really started in middle school because I went to an international baccalaureate middle school, and then I went to an AP geared high school. And the difference was very aggressively felt because in my IB middle school, writing was a lot more like creating. Like we had essays, but like a lot of our projects were, for example, rewriting the end of Lord of the Flies or like writing poetry. And it was a lot more similar to what you do in college. Or at least what I do in college. I'm a humanities major. So of course I'm writing poetry and like engaging with literature in that way instead of just writing analysis essays. But then in high school, things like aggressively shifted. Writing was a lot more timed. It was done in 45 minutes in your class period, and there was usually no option for revision. I mean, first of all, it was hard enough to read your handwriting, let alone go back and like edit what you were doing. But yeah, there wasn't any focus on revision or creation at all. It was more about like writing as the act of writing instead of writing as the act of creating something that you're proud of, I would say.
one of the things that you do and that's a little different than in high school. In high school, you often were writing to explain.
With high school writing, a lot of it is summary. They're just trying to prove that you know what you're talking about, that you, went to class, that you did the readings kind of, and you know what you're talking about. And so I've had experiences with high school professors where, like, if I didn't write about the things that they talked about in class and things they really wanted us to write about, then I would get a worse grade because it wasn't exactly the same thing.
How do you see the purpose of college writing as being maybe a little different than what you saw it as in high school?
Yeah, I think, like I was saying before, there's been this return to how I saw writing when I was in middle school, which is about creating something. The majority of my classes, our final project is I were able to do a creative project. This is not true for every major, but because I'm a humanities major, I also tend to choose classes that have this option, because for me, writing is just as much about getting my audience to understand what I'm saying as it is for me to get out what I'm saying, me to have a vehicle to communicate my thoughts, and just create something that I'm proud of.
There's no just one way to write. Writing a lab report in a STEM class is very different than writing a creative paper for a humanities class, which is very different than writing an analytical paper for a political science class, right? And so one of the big challenges for writing at the university level is one, figuring out how to develop your voice, but also develop your voice in all of these different genres of writing.
I have experimented with so many different kinds of genres at Yale because I've taken education studies classes, which take that more political science, analytical paper, sociology framework of a literature review. I've also written museum labels, written poetry. I've written analysis of poetry. I've written history of art analysis paper, which is somehow completely different than a poetry analysis paper, somehow entirely different, which I was not expecting. It's really a matter of reckoning with what is the genre, what is the purpose of the genre, and also what do you want to say about whatever it is you're working with.
The two things that a lot of writers have to do when they're approaching writing in a class for the first time is to ask, first of all, what are my ideas about this topic? What is it that I want to say, meaning the student? And second, what are the expectations of the audience, or what are the expectations in the field about how this knowledge gets made and presented, right? So it's a combination between understanding what you're learning and being able to show what you've learned and how you're contributing to furthering the knowledge in this particular field, and how you can meet the expectations of that field in terms of how what kinds of evidence that you cite, and then how you interpret the evidence.
But that is localized to particular fields. It just depends on what you're doing and what your purpose is. If your purpose is to write and get out the words that you feel are really important, and you can use normal essays to have that space as well. You can use conclusions of even the most academic papers to have that space. But if your emphasis is more so I really want my audience to understand XYZ in plain language, then that's how you'll approach the text.
One of the things that you do and that's a little different than in high school. In high school, you often were writing to explain, and that fits for high school because in high school they just the main work of high school is to understand, to comprehend, and then to show your comprehension. Whereas the extra layer that's happening in college is that you are critically analyzing and you're responding and building new knowledge in relationship to that. So, taking writing an essay about utilitarianism, the making sure that policies have the greatest good for the greatest number of people. It's an oversimplification of it, but we'll go with it. The students might be writing an essay where they both explain what utilitarianism is and use some quotes from John Stuart Mill, who's one of the great philosophers of utilitarianism. But then there might be something that they're quoting from Mill that they have a question about. This idea doesn't really fly, and it doesn't really make sense, or it doesn't fit in with all the other things that Mill is saying, or it doesn't fit in what his other colleagues are saying. The job of the writer at the university level is to point out these discrepancies, to ask questions about the ideas, and then use their own examples or examples from other sources to try to illustrate why we might need to think differently about something that we've thought one way about for years and years and years. And that feels a little risky, I think, for a lot of students. But at the college level, professors are more interested in seeing not just what you think, but how you formulate that thought, right? And how you formulate the thought is what makes an argument persuasive or what makes a strong essay. That and what evidence you can provide that demonstrates that idea. And so it kind of ups the challenge of writing quite a bit when you are trying to not only say, oh, I understand this idea, but I actually have questions about it and I want to think differently about it. I really think that's kind of the quintessence of the college experience, is getting to like sit with these books and question them and think in new ways about them.
On the point of how you formulate your arguments, I have fully turned in papers that I've gotten A's on where it's riddled with typos. But the concept behind it and the organization of the ideas, I had spent hours thinking through. Even if it wasn't on the page, I'd spent hours sitting there going, how does X connect to Y? And how can I make a thesis that does this correctly? And so that is for my professor, who I know very well. It's also why I can turn in my papers with a million typos. Is he's looking at that part. He's looking at that connection of ideas more so than he's looking at, did I spend an extra 2 hours going through, making sure all the commas were nice, making sure that I didn't misspell any words. But he can tell that I spent 3 hours trying to get from the poem to an argument, and also finding evidence and making it into some sort of structural piece.
Can you describe a little bit about if your ideal timeline? I don't know. I know we don't always get to do it, but say from the day you get your assignment, how long does it really take you, and how do you spend your time preparing and writing that paper?
I have spent days with a blank page and a poem that I've picked out, and just desperately analyzing it, trying to figure out how I can get my ideas into a full-length paper. Because one thing is about especially with the medium I work with the most, poetry, you can have a small idea, but making it a bigger one that connects to other things is the difficult part. You can have moments of clarity, but that doesn't mean that you have an argument. So I will typically spend a very long time. I will first pick what I'm talking about, so I have something to analyze and something to think about. And then I will spend at least 2, 3, 4 days analyzing it, thinking about it, trying to make connections. I do the same with my discussion posts, where I'll let myself sit with my reading for a while before I write, because even if I have 3 hours and I can write the most beautiful discussion post ever, I would much rather sit for 2 of those hours and then write for 1 of them instead. And that's typically why with my papers, they're turned in without that last stage, because I've spent so long on that first stage of getting a good argument instead of sort of saying, okay, well, I need to get this paper done, and then just writing.
Do you talk to other people about during that gestation stage?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I can't stop talking about it. I will be like, okay, this is what I'm going to write for my paper, and then blah, 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 blah. And then I gauge also how people react to it, I can tell when people are like, what? You sound crazy. And then I can also tell people are like, wait, you're kind of cooking with that. So talking to people is definitely really, really important. So yeah, I most of my writing process is not writing. It's blank page. And then I end up writing, and that's why sometimes I have typos. And a million typos is obviously an exaggeration. I just think typically when people think about it, high school, a college paper, they imagine no typos. They imagine it's been perfectly gone through every single line, which is maybe what your creative writing professor wants. It's definitely what your creative writing professor wants. But in terms of an analytical paper, they're much more looking for the ideas, and there's a little bit of grace with the writing, and so I tend to focus on the important part, which is the ideas instead.
And that's where drafting becomes so, so important. You've talked about having to sit and think and then write. And one of the challenges, making enough time for that process to play out over time, right? And for some folks, there's a couple days of thinking, and then there's writing, but the writing isn't beautiful. The writing is, okay, it comes out in little fits and starts. Sometimes it comes out in full sentences. Sometimes it comes out in bullet points. But I'm going to try to just sit and get all of my ideas out first. Making all those decisions, that takes time, and it takes multiple sessions of writing at the computer. It also takes talking out your ideas with other people, right? So not only the faculty member, but many, many universities have writing tutoring or writing centers where you can go and show your writing to another peer or discuss your writing with another peer, get feedback in the middle of it so that you can start to focus and narrow and write a much more polished essay. And so one of the things I very, very highly recommend is embedding talking to other people, and in particular talking to writing centers or writing tutors, especially because often at universities they are free, right? You can just go make an appointment. And that step is a step that people are often missing. Like I often suggest to students, especially ones who struggle with writing and getting everything out on the page, is, all right, sit down, make as many notes as you possibly can. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then go meet with your writing partner or your writing tutor and talk with them. Okay, here's the ideas that I have. And if you struggle with structuring them, they can ask you questions to help you figure out how to structure it. And then you're off and running again and filling in all the gaps that you've lost. And so making sure that you are making time every day to do some work without the expectation that you will finish a paper in like 4 hours. That just doesn't happen at the college level, or at least happens very rarely, only if it's like a 1-page paper, right?
If we went through my Google editing history for every single sentence, it would be insane. The amount of time that I spend, especially on an introduction paragraph, the amount of time I spend writing that is just so much. And then everything else after that is a lot faster. Once I get the introduction done and I figure out how things can be structured, I can write everything else. But that's the thing I have a million drafts of, is the introduction. Because there's no point in writing the rest of the paper if I don't have that done. If I don't have the structure figured out, why would I waste my time writing the rest of the paper?
Part of taking one of those intro writing classes, I urge you not to skip it. If you have an opportunity to take that at your college, you should take it, is because it helps you develop the writing process that works for you and the way your brain works, right? Because there is no one writing process that works for everyone. So something that I really would love to talk with you about is about how we use AI in our writing. And of course, whatever we may be saying at this moment in time, because AI is changing so quickly, may not be as relevant. But I think it's worth it because AI is here to stay. People often think of AI as, of course, artificial intelligence. But I also tend to think of the A and the AI as assistive, right? That it's almost as if AI can be your assistant in getting your work completed and to help you with your work. But the AI as an assistant shouldn't be doing the work for you.
Typically, the only reason I've used AI in writing is for that like editing process. I think that there are certain things that AI is better at understanding and grappling with than others. I think grammatical rules is one of those things, and it can be like, this comma should go here, and I'm like, thank you, AI, that was really helpful. I think that's also like relevant for things like Grammarly, where AI is now embedded into Grammarly. Don't know how they were doing it before, to be honest. Really confused about that, but like now it's embedded into Grammarly, so when you're using Grammarly, technically that is also using AI. But again, that's for the editing purposes. Grammarly's not going to write your paper for you. I also think the A in AI is interesting because it's pulling from already created human documents. Like these are already, like it's a collage really of anything that's ever been inputted. So it's not really producing anything as much as giving you an amalgamation of stuff others have produced, which is another reason why we shouldn't write it for you, because it's not really its words. It's not some sort of abstract object that's creating something for you. It's taking from others and putting them together, which is why we consider like AI usage plagiarism for that. I think it should be for that reason, among other reasons, is because all of its words come from other people too.
Yeah, and another way I've talked about this, mostly with colleagues, but sometimes with students, is to ask the question of, when you're using AI, where is your learning happening, right? And I think that the use case that you described, that I've actually told students when they have a lot of material or they're just struggling with the material a little bit, the material that they're reading, of like asking for AI to produce a summary of the points, or, even to take, like, I've known people who've taken their class notes and fed that into AI just to see what are the themes that are happening. So again, in its kind of assistive mode of, okay, here it's helping you recognize patterns, maybe, or bring things to the surface that you kind of maybe knew in the back of your mind, but until AI sort of says like, oh, like here's a theme that keeps coming up over and over again. You're like, oh, maybe that's a theme I can explore. Because as I've described before, the writing and thinking process are so closely intertwined, right? For so many students, they think they start a paragraph and think it's going to go one way, and then they start writing and they start analyzing the text, and then they're like, oh, my conclusion's just a little bit different, but it's a different conclusion, right? So the learning is happening in the process of actually putting the words to the page. That's the benefit for the student. And as you're saying, what's missing out of when you have generative AI sort of producing a text for you, what's missing is you. Right? Like what's missing is the secret sauce of like what your ideas are. And that for me as a faculty member, that's also what I'm anticipating. I want to see how, Nix approaches this poem, which is different than the way that Belinda is going to approach this poem, right? So Nix, if you had a high school student come up to you, who's used to doing summaries for their classes using ChatGPT, like, what would you advise them about using ChatGPT in college?
Well, first I would ask them if ChatGPT knows how they think, or what their ideas are, or what their experiences are, and then have a set conversation about values. Because I think the problem with and the urge to use like AI comes from not valuing yourself and your own ideas. And it comes from wanting to produce a product for someone else to consume. And you want to shift the production onto AI instead of having yourself be the one who's doing the producing. But if you value your own ideas and the way that you say things, or even just like your own experiences, if you don't think that you have a way with words, but you value where you've been and you feel like you have there's a lot of strength in that, then valuing that is like I think the first step in avoiding AI. Because AI cannot write the way that you do, and you'll immediately know when you ask it to write a paragraph that it's not going to come up with the same conclusions that you did. Because also it's writing it from, again, in like amalgamation of different people, and they're not you. So
The truth is that STEM courses in college are very different than STEM courses in high school. The pace of the courses and the expectations for homework and exams are also different. It can take some time for many students to adjust to these differences. In this module, you will learn how to tackle complex problem sets, participate in labs, read scientific papers, and prepare for exams. That's why I've asked Carly, a biomedical engineering student, to join us. Carly mastered the art of breaking down challenging work into manageable steps. My hope is that you will learn how to use the time you're given and keep your passion for the material alive.
One of the things I always like to ask students when they come to me and they say, hey, Dr. Gosselink, I'm struggling with something academic. I always ask, so what do you feel like your strengths are in this area? And so in terms of working, being a student in biomedical engineering, when you came into college, what did you feel like your strengths were?
Yeah, I went to an Ivy school, an international baccalaureate program school in high school, and I'd always been like kind of STEM focused in my school career up until that point. And so part of the IB program is choosing like what classes that you want to take to set you up for college. And I chose to take biology and chemistry in that during high school for that program. And I think the content that I learned in high school was actually not a lot of it translated over to the content that I was learning in college. And so it wasn't the content itself that I think set me up, but rather learning how to learn those concepts in those classes that set me up better.
Students do come in with strengths, and it's figuring out like how to use those strengths and build upon them rather than I think I often see students who are like, I'm overwhelmed by
by the pace of a course, by all of the new information, and especially if you're used to memorizing, and then you're confronted with a 60 slide deck, right? And you're like, oh my goodness, I have to memorize all of this. No, you don't have to memorize. You have to familiarize yourself with all of it. As I started at the beginning, saying that one of the biggest myths about any kind of learning is that you have to be naturally good at it in order to do well. And it's just not the case. It really is about having that exposure, getting that support, learning new ways of approaching a topic. But as long as everyone kind of keeps working at it, it really is possible to thrive. Like, what were some of the challenges that you faced when you first were taking STEM courses at the college level?
It was a little scary, like going into my intro bio and chem classes thinking that I was like, I have like this background from high school. And then I like was shocked when I was like, I've like heard some of these words before, but I still don't really know how to do all of it.
What do you think that difference was? Like, that it's just a difference in degree of detail, or?
I think it's a bunch of different factors. Like some of them were just like my bio classes were focused on like more broad, like macro level biology things. So like related to like systems. And whereas like the classes that I was taking were much more like micro level biology. So inside cells and inside bodies, whereas before it was more like talking about like how different animals and like systems interact with each other. And then you receiving all of the content, and that class time doesn't involve you doing the work. Whereas in a lot of high school classes, you get to learn some of the content and then you get to do the work like right away. Whereas in college, you need to find the time to do the work and make sure you understand it by yourself outside of class time. And I think that was one thing that was honestly something that I didn't really like realize was playing a big role until later in my college career, because I think in high school I was just like, most of my homework would be done like in class, and then like I would just study for the exams when they came, and like at home the 1 or 2 nights before. Whereas in college, like you really need to study as you go. It's it's the same thing that happened like maybe when you were doing the work in class in high school. It's kind of the same form of like studying as you go, but that was kind of more built into the class, whereas like this is much more proactive and you need to take the steps to make sure you facilitate your own learning.
In my experience with working with students, there are a couple of places where students tend to have more struggles than other places within sort of STEM coursework. And one of the very first ones is doing reading for STEM, right? Because I think one of the challenges is, like many courses still use textbooks or, have online textbooks that they have students refer to. Sometimes they're having students read actual scientific papers that get published in scientific journals by professors. But then there's also other kinds of reading, like entire data sets, that you might be using in a project. And I think for students, largely, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but largely there's still kind of, when you're reading for STEM in high school, it tends to be you have a textbook and you read the textbook, and then you have a lecture and you do activities around the theme in the textbook. How is reading different in college, first of all? And then what are some ways you learn to like manage and negotiate that different kind of reading that you have in the college level?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one thing about a lot of scientific reading, like a lot of, I think like across the STEM discipline in general, is that they're pretty like set rules for what goes into like a scientific paper. And so generally, if you can understand the structure of a scientific paper and what each section is meant to do and meant to provide the reader, then you have a lot easier time going through these papers that might be really long and use a lot of words that you might not fully understand in that moment. And so generally, scientific papers and journals will start with, after the title, we'll start with an abstract and then lead into the background and then go into the methods and then give you the data that they collected and then the analysis of the data and then final conclusions. And one thing about scientific papers is that they don't include there's no like show don't tell, as is like very important in like English disciplines, but this is just tell. Like all of the scientific articles are just tell. And so I think that's one thing, is that every sentence in there is meant to serve like a very specific purpose. It's meant to just give you the information directly. And so starting from the beginning of the paper, the abstract will just give you a very quick overview of what the article is about. Generally, they'll have a couple sentences on like what they found and like what that's like important for. And so this section is really good for if you're doing like a literature review, for example, on a topic, which is basically just finding all of the kind of information that's out there on a specific topic. And so skimming through, honestly, like the abstract, you can just read the whole thing because it's only like a paragraph. And being able to, if you're doing something that is more like high level, trying to look at what is the broad overall overarching knowledge of this field, the abstract is a really good place to just read and kind of get a better understanding of what might be included in this article and see if it's important for you to spend your time on. And afterwards, they'll go into the methods. So this part is really important if you are. It's basically the point of the methods section is to provide the reader the ability to recreate the experiment if they wanted to. So it is generally very straightforward, and it's very much exactly just what the experimenters were doing. With scientific papers, graphs and figures have very specific rules that they need to follow. And so everything that's placed in a graph like has a meaning and it serves a purpose. So a lot of times in a lot of college classes, if a professor is asking you to do a reading, this is probably the most important part because it tells you exactly why it's important and why it's needed. Most people are not reading every single word in the scientific paper. It's not a bad thing at all to not read every single word. Sometimes it's helpful to know every single word and know it like the back of your hand, but oftentimes being able to just extrapolate the information that you need from a specific section is much more valuable than reading the entire paper, which can also be really overwhelming. So,
no, I'm so glad you said that because I think that is one of the big mistakes that students make when they're assigned a scientific paper is just they start at the beginning and read it to the end as if it was a novel. But really, you did such a great job of describing what that structure is. And you're supposed to kind of dive into the pieces that are most relevant to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and a lot of times, I think another big emphasis that I mentioned a little bit earlier is when the authors put like visuals inside of a paper, that means that they're really trying to tell you something about like with that visual, because most of it is words. And so if there is a visual, that means it's really important.
How do you think students need to think differently about the textbook?
A lot of times the textbook is meant to supplement the content that is being taught in lectures in college. And so one thing is, I honestly don't think there's been a lot of cases. There's been a handful of times where like I remember professors specifically referring to a textbook, but it definitely doesn't happen as often as it does like in high school classes. And a lot of times these textbooks will go into that specific detail. And so if you're finding that you're struggling with a specific concept or if you need examples with this concept, the textbook is a really good place to look for that because it goes much more in depth.
How do you and often in college, these P sets or problem sets are assigned maybe a week advance or even 2 weeks in advance of the due date, which again is very different than in high school when we tend to have homework that is assigned for each night, right? Or each day that you have class, if you have a block schedule, for example. What are some of your top recommendations for how students can really effectively work on these challenging P sets and get them turned in on time?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and honestly my favorite thing about problem sets, if there is a favorite thing to be excited about, is that you can break them down into so many different parts. And I think that's one thing that I really enjoy as compared to like writing a paper where I feel like it's just all like one thing, which is also not the case. But in problem sets, I think being able to pick apart each of the problems separately makes it much more digestible. And that is a really big, that's a technique that is really important in being able to not feel super overwhelmed by the problems, because most of the time there is a very, especially in like math and physics classes, there's a very straightforward process that needs to be followed for you to get to the answer. And so being able to figure out what exactly what the question is asking for, and then what exists, what information the problem is giving you and providing you, and then what you need to figure out from that. This is actually this is a method that I was taught in high school, actually. It's called the guess method. G is like given, so it's like exactly what has the problem, what information has the problem given you, and then U is unknown, so what are you looking for, and then E is equation, so what equation do you need that will use what you are given and give you what is unknown. So generally you're finding an equation that has variables that include both the given and unknowns. And then I think S is substitution. So like plugging in everything that you know, and then the other S is solve. So maybe I do remember this. But I think that's a really helpful structure in picking apart different piece sets. And even though I don't like walk through those 5 steps every single time I do a problem anymore, it's kind of just the step from taking what you know and figuring out what you don't know and then taking other supplemental things, so usually the equations, to figure out and use all of that together to figure out the last thing that you are being asked to do.
That was a beautiful description, I have to say. And what I love about having this methodology or having a methodology in mind, which while, that guess method that you just described isn't going to work even with every single kind of problem or every single discipline, the process that you outlined, just even having a process for how to approach a problem is super important, because often if you just start at the beginning of a problem and you just start working, it's inevitable that you're going to get to a place where you're stuck, right? Whereas, and then if you don't have a method for getting yourself unstuck, right, then you just are kind of spinning your wheels. And I think what I love about the method that you described, and then how it kind of translates even more broadly to the coursework that you do in STEM, is that it gives you an approach that you can take with any kind of sort of scientific research, right? You look at what you know, and then you look at what you don't know, and then you try to figure out what's the instrument that's going to allow you to figure out what you don't know. So say you are given a problem set 1 week before it's due. Can you walk me through that week and how you actually get the problem set done? Like what steps you take to get the problem set done within the amount of time you have of that week?
Generally, you want, if a professor has given you a certain amount of time to do something, you're probably going to need all of that time to do something. I think this is especially apparent when they give you more time. So when professors give you 2-week long problem sets, there's probably a reason why they're giving you 2 weeks to do that. So being able to take advantage of all of the time that you're given is it's a really difficult thing to do, and also a really important thing to learn. And so generally, by the your life will be busy, and so it's sometimes it can be difficult to follow this exact schedule. But generally, I think a good checkpoint is if you're halfway through the length of time that you've been given to complete a problem set, you've done you've at least looked at every question and you've tried to complete as much as you can. So you've seen the entire problem set and have tried to work through the entire problem set by this point, because that gives you another half of the time that you're given to ask for help and figure out what questions that you have, so that you can use the office hours and the professor's help in order to finish up the rest of the problem set with enough time to spare. And so I like to, a lot of times, my problem sets will, if they're due in the middle of the week, then that means that weekend, I will be using that weekend to at least run through the entire problem set. And then that gives a couple days where if there's a question that you might have that you think is beneficial to the class, then sometimes someone will ask that to the whole class, and everyone and the professor will go over that together. But more oftentimes there's questions that you might have that come up while you're doing the problems, and you can go to the teaching assistant's office hours. And it's really difficult sometimes to not wait until the last minute, but it is being able to take advantage of the resources, and especially the teaching assistants are there to help you succeed, and they want you to succeed as well, and they want to help you. And so being able to figure out what you don't know is really helpful for asking for help.
Yeah, that's great. And I think what's so helpful about what you were just saying is to acknowledge that the professors don't expect you to be able to do the entire problem set by yourself. The whole reason why there are office hours, why there might be peer tutors that are assigned to the course, or you get to meet with your teaching assistant or your teaching fellow, is because to do this work, you actually, as you said, need to know what you don't know. And once you know what you don't know, you then have to go and find it. And often it's these TAs, the office hours, the professors, the tutors that give you that resource.
Exams are kind of just a gigantic problem set. And so this is a lot easier said than done. But I think parts of what I was mentioning previously, which are going over the content soon after you are first introduced to it, and then also starting early. Both things that are much easier said than done. But being able to, the content review that happens if you're doing it consistently after your classes and after you first heard the content will make the studying a lot easier, because a lot of times there will be 1 or 2 midterms throughout the semester, which means that you are usually taking 1/3 or half of that class and being tested on all of that content in one exam. And so it's impossible to learn it all the night before. And being able to, and often because these classes are also very, they build on the knowledge that you've learned before, being able to, if you don't understand what is being told at the beginning, then you're going to have a hard time building those things on top of that. And so if you're consistently reviewing the content that is being shown to you, then you know when you need to ask for more support throughout the semester. And I think another thing is when studying for exam, I know one thing that really helps me is writing out all of the concepts that will be tested on the exam. So going back to the syllabus and looking through what each of those main topics are, and then identifying which ones you need the most practice on is really key. And being able to see that kind of visually, sometimes professors will provide exactly, they'll give you an outline of what the concepts on an exam will be tested on. But a lot of times you will have to figure out exactly what you don't know.
One thing that I also that I hear about is the importance of showing your work, and even if you don't ultimately get the right answer to the problem. Have you ever, like, can you tell me a little bit about your experience with that?
Yes. Showing your work is so important. I think I've gotten so many partial points from just showing my work. And that is one thing that is really important about, I think, a lot of these classes is it's not really about getting the right answer. It's about demonstrating that you know how to get to the right answer. And so even if you know, a lot of times professors will be, if a certain question is allocated a certain amount of points, they're looking for specific things that you've written down that will give you the full points. And so if you just magically write down the answer at the end, there's no way of them knowing like you did all of the math in your head or you just like copied it off of someone who's sitting next to you. And so they need to know, in order for them to know that you understand it, they need to see the steps that are in between. I'm always a believer in that, like showing more is in fact better in these cases, because you never know what they might be looking for. And then also, there will be times where you come across an exam problem and you get halfway and you have no idea how to finish the problem. And that's okay, because showing like what you've known, a lot of professors will give that partial credit, and the partial credit is better than no credit.
I think one of the challenges I see with some of my students, especially in their first year or then in their second year, there's like kind of like two, for lack of a better term, like crisis points that that newer college level STEM students have. One is when they enter an introductory course and they feel overwhelmed, and then they take their first exam and they get a grade they've never seen before. Maybe they get their first C, maybe they get their first D. Now, I, as somebody who's worked at the university for a long time, know that's really common, and that students, get that first grade because it's not because they're not meant to do STEM. It's because they're learning how to do STEM for the first time at the college level, and you're going to make mistakes. Like, I think it's interesting, some of the stuff that you were talking about. You said, I didn't learn how to do this until the end of my sophomore year or the beginning of my junior year, right? So giving yourself like some grace and time to learn actually how to engage with the particular STEM topic, I think is really important. I sometimes get worried about some of my STEM students that are pushing themselves so hard to try to do well in every single part to the point where it's almost counterproductive, right? If you find yourself staying up late to study really hard to try to get the highest grade that you possibly can get, but then you find yourself burning out, not loving it anymore, like that's of a concern. Maybe it's actually better for you to like try your best, but don't try to overdo it. So that you still maintain that passion and that interest in the topic. And I also want to say, just because you're good at STEM doesn't mean you have to do it.
Yeah.
I think rather than thinking, am I good at this or am I bad at this? Which I think it's a very fixed mindset to be thinking, I'm good at X, I'm bad at X. And instead, like, as you said, if it's something you really care about, just keep going towards it. And if it's something that, even if you're good at it, it doesn't bring you, as much joy or excitement as other things, then go do that other thing. But if if you're a student who is, both, worried about being overwhelmed or worried about your grades and thinking, oh, is this field for me? I think the first step is to do a self-check. Do I enjoy doing this work? If I do, if I still have curiosity, if I still have passion, even if it's difficult now, let me try to stick through it, and let me go ask and find resources and get guidance. But to get some advice on that too, because part of that, like, I wouldn't make any decision until you talk out what the possibilities are for you and what you think is best for you. But then ultimately, you might get a bunch of advice, but that decision is yours. If you do encounter someone who's like, I don't think you're cut out for STEM, absolutely do not believe them, right? Go talk to someone else who you can ask this question of or tell your story to, often who might be like a neutral person. Again, like your dean doesn't really care about what you end up majoring in. They just want to make sure you're happy. Same thing with your advisors. They don't really care. They just want you to be happy and satisfied and get the most out of your education. So find someone who's in that like neutral space, sometimes even like an upper level student, and say, here's what I still love about this. Here's where I'm struggling. What resources can I put to where I'm struggling? Can I try that out for a little while? The biggest myth about college success is that the brightest students don't need to use resources outside of class to succeed. Instead, it is often the most effective students who use the resources the most. We talked to Carly, a STEM major, who walks us through her experience and understanding of all of the types of campus resources. Your success in college is directly linked to your willingness to ask for help. My hope for you is that you leave this module realizing that people want to help you. You have an entire campus waiting to back you up, from the Writing Center peer tutor to the financial aid counselor. Take the first step and just ask. So I'm going to start with the academic ones. And the one that is both the most obvious and I wish students would use more is actually going and talking to their faculty and teaching assistants during office hours.
Yeah. So out of all of the classes I've been to, I think there's always been some designated time that professors or teaching assistants have set aside in their schedule each week to host office hours. And so these are basically just any drop-in hours that you can come if you have questions. You can come if you're worried about not catching up with content, but you can also come to if you're just looking to do work with someone or like just talk to the teaching assistants or the professor and like get to know them a little bit outside of classes as well. A lot of people come if they have questions, especially if you're like working on a problem set or something like that where you maybe have worked through it and you're like, I don't know how to do this problem and I need a little bit more support. But you can also just go if you have no questions and just be in company like with other students or the professor and teaching assistant themselves.
Yeah, I mean, one way of thinking about what professor office hours are is it's a continuation of the learning that you're doing in college. And it can either be the continuation of the conversation or work that you're doing in a class, but it can also be an opportunity for you to speak to an adult about your experience in college and what you might want to do while you're in college or after college and get some additional mentorship and advice.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's one big thing is that like in the times where I have just tried to Google something, like it might be like mostly right, but sometimes there's like a specific way a professor wants you to do a problem or like a specific resource they want you to use if you're like doing research or something. And so just asking them directly and getting a very specific and the right answer is much easier than like getting a very broad and like maybe the answer is right, like on Google. So I think it's always been very helpful. And it can be, like if you have a quick question, you need to go somewhere else, it can be like, you can just go ask it and then get your answer and go. There's no like obligation for you to stay the entire period of the office hours.
Most of my office hours conversations with students are like 10, 15 minutes, and I'm in the humanities, so sometimes it can go a little longer because those of us in the humanities, we really like to talk. But it's reaffirming to you as a student, I think, and to the professor, like you are part of a community. You're part of this ongoing conversation, and going to a professor's office hours, you're showing that you're invested in your learning. Another thing that I think a lot of students hesitate to do when they're first on campus is to take advantage of the tutoring that's available on campus. And I think something, again, that surprises a lot of people is how much tutoring is actually available, and that at many, many campuses, there's like
a tutoring center that's devoted to tutoring in a wide range of subjects. Often those are called academic resource centers, or ARCs is something that language that you'll hear a lot. There are also specific tutoring centers sometimes around things like writing. So for example, many colleges have writing centers where there are peers who've been trained to give you feedback and support and ask you questions to help you develop your writing. There's also on a lot of campuses STEM tutoring centers, so tutoring specifically for math and the sciences and engineering. And so, and the reason why there are so many tutoring centers is not because we have so many students who are super far behind. Like office hours, tutoring is another opportunity for you to extend the conversation and get more information and knowledge so that you can succeed in the courses that you have. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with tutoring?
Yeah. For most of my classes, especially like the big introductory ones, the courses have also had peer tutors in the class already built into the class. I think that's pretty common across most schools as well. In like my first year when I was taking this like big introductory math class, I was pointed to by the professor, like to the tutoring center at Yale, and they have like designated grad students, I believe, that are tutors for specific undergrad classes. And so that's nice because like that the grad students know what they're talking about, and like that they know the content very well. But there's also like peer tutors that I've taken advantage of where I think those are helpful when it comes to like a little bit higher level classes where the specific content might not be known by like those university-wide tutors, but are known very well by the peer tutors since they've taken the class very recently. I also had a class, I was in an intro writing class my first year for our first research paper, I believe, and then our big one later. Our professor actually made it part of the assignment to go, like we had to go to the writing center because he was like, you guys need to know like how to use it, and so I'm just going to make you do it, which was really nice because then I knew how to do it, and I was like, oh, this is like super easy, and like a lot of places I think will have drop-in hours so you can just go. You don't necessarily need an appointment, but if you know that you're going to need the help ahead of time, having the appointment is helpful. And I think it also, I think the point of him making us do this too was so that we would make progress on it before the due date. So he was like, you need to have met with them like by this time, which was nice because then I was like, okay, I guess I have to start my paper and like get some feedback on it before the due date and like have enough time.
Yeah. And I want to point out that twice, not only for the writing center, but also for some of the STEM tutoring, your professor was the one who said, here are these resources. And it was like just a normal thing for the professor to do, to refer you to those resources. And it wasn't because you were failing or, you were having any particular kind of struggle. It's just like, that's just the norm to, again, the learning takes place in the classroom, but there's this expectation now that students are going to seek out the resources that are going to help them learn even beyond the classroom. And tutoring is one of those places. And again, at a lot of universities, the tutoring is free. And I mean, one of the biggest challenges is that so many people do use it. Sometimes it's a little hard to get in, depending on your university and its resources. So looking into it early is really helpful. Student study groups. Have you had experience with that, and what has your experience been?
Yeah. I don't think I've been in a class where we were like put into specific study groups, but this is where I think the office hours came in very handy. In the weeks where like I couldn't make it to office hours for some reason, like I had this like group of people that I know I could lean on, and see if they could like assist me. And I think, and also like in return, when the time came, like I could help them. And I think one huge benefit of that is when you're the person like helping someone else, it is a reminder that you like know the content very well, or it's also like another review for you. So I think one thing that is often said is like the best way to learn is by like teaching it. And so that teaching it gives you a very easy way to tell if you yourself know the content at all. And so I think that's also really helpful for your own studying strategies, but it's also there for you when you do need to ask for help. And I think that's been really helpful as well. And I think another big thing is just like meeting people in your classes. And so like my classes got a lot smaller as I was entering my major classes, but getting to know my classmates that I knew I was going to be seeing in a lot of my different classes, and like leaning on them and them leaning on me to figure out what's going on, and like figuring it out together is much easier than figuring it out by yourself.
But as you just described, like approaching other people in the class, even if you're at a university that's like a commuter school and people are like arriving to class and then immediately leaving, like even if you can like whisper to the person you're sitting next to in class, or if you're in an online class together and you're messaging them in the chat, just be like, hey, does anybody want to like get together on Zoom to talk about this at another time? Or like, do you have would you ever have like 5 minutes, like 15 minutes before or after class? Once you do it, once you get the bravery up to like approach another student and say, hey, would you like to put together a study group, like the benefits that you just described, where you're spending, even if it's just like a half hour and you guys have lunch together and you're talking about the class, you're reteaching yourself the material by discussing the material. If you ever miss a class, you have somebody you can say, hey, can I get the notes from you? And you can provide the notes for somebody else who's missed class. And you have this kind of like group of people who've got your back. So the second group of resources is what I call the experiential learning resources. And again, to recap for everybody, like the experiential learning are literally those experiences that you have while you're at college that are available to you at college, in which you are learning about the world, about your subject matter, but not in the classroom, right? And at every university, there are offices and supports to help facilitate that experiential learning as well. One of the most famous ones is the career office. Almost every university has some kind of career office. The thing is that a lot of students, and I was one of those students, I'm like, oh, it's a career office, so I should wait until I'm ready to get my job after college to go. That is not the case. Like you should go, to the career office as soon as you're thinking about what you might want to do for an internship, or even like, say you are a commuting student and you're trying to get a job, to support you while you're doing your education. Sometimes those career offices can help you get a job now, right? To help support you while you're going through your education. And it's really the resource that helps you connect what you're learning in the classroom to what you could do outside of college and after college, right? And there's a wide variety of them. Most of them love meeting with students. And the other myth I think about career offices is that you have to know already what you're going to do before you go, right? Now, I will say if you just show up at the career offices and be like, so what do you got? They're going to be like, I don't know. What do you got? Right? There is a little bit like before you go to the career office, you might want to spend some time thinking to yourself, talking to some faculty members, talking to some upper level, to upperclassmen about like, okay, so I'm a history major. What could I do with a history major? What kinds of things am I interested in? Am I interested in museums? Am I interested in being an educator? Am I interested in going to law school? Like, there's a little bit of work you have to do before you go and visit to sort of narrow down, like, what is it that you're interested in? And again, it doesn't have to be just one thing, though. You could say, well, I'm kind of torn. Maybe, I want to go work at a museum, or maybe I want to go to law school. And you can go to the career office and say those two things. And they can come. But part of their job is to introduce you to options and give you a guide to how to take advantage of those options. So if you're a first year, maybe you're thinking, what
I want to have a summer job. Like if you're like a traditional age student, you're 18, 19 years old, and you want to have a summer job or a summer internship, you can go to the career office, and say, I'm interested in history, and I'm looking for a place where I could get some experience working in a museum. And they can point you towards opportunities either locally or even farther away, and give you coaching on how to write a resume, how to ask somebody for a recommendation, how to write a cover letter, right? A lot of the universities have career offices that have a lot of that information already on their websites, but it's always good to have a person that you can talk to and get some guidance from.
That's also something that I think people don't take as much advantage of as they should. But yeah, I think the biggest thing about career offices is like you don't need to know everything going in, but if you have a little bit of something, they can help you, guide you, or like show you more options that you think you might not even have thought of before. And so it's really helpful to just like widen your possibilities and like see if that helps you in any way. And even if they introduce you to something, you're like, I definitely don't want to do that. That's also like narrowing down your options. I think that actually happens to people way more often than like you realize. I think a lot of times people have like envisioned this like dream world and like all of the internships that they're gonna have that line up to the dream job, and then they like do their first one and they're like, that's not really what I had imagined.
And that is like one of the great things. If you go to the career centers early, like go when you're a first year, which again, like I didn't because I thought it wasn't for that. But I'm telling you now, go. Right. And you can't know anything about a particular field or a particular industry until you actually experience it. Right. The other thing talking about long-term relationships is the people at the career office are mentors for you and mentors for you for the long term. Right. So often career offices are organized around general areas of fields. So you may have somebody who does pre-health, maybe somebody who does communications, maybe somebody who does arts and nonprofits. And you get to know that person and they can help guide you over the long term as you're changing too. And even if you decide to change fields completely, they can do a warm handoff between you and another person in their office, right? Again, all of these are free to the students. It's part of what you're paying for when you're paying your tuition. It's not just the faculty member in the classroom. You're paying for all of these experiences that are central for helping you, move into the career or the role in society that you want to have after college. A couple of other things that universities often have offices for. One is this thing called fellowships. When I got to college, I had no idea what a fellowship is, and it's still kind of hard to explain what a fellowship is. It's kind of like a sort of scholarship that often an alumni or somebody else has given to the university, or there's our external fellowship programs that are related to, research or nonprofits. And it's a chunk of money that has a time limitation on it, right? Like you can be on a fellowship for 3 months, often during the summer, or 6 months or a year, where you get to go and often at the college level, you get to go and do research on or have an experience on a topic that is of interest to you.
Yeah, and I think one thing that kind of surprised me too about the fellowships are that sometimes they're like for very niche things. So like a lot of times I think it's like whoever like provided the money for it was also very interested in this very niche topic, or they want more people to be interested in it. And so it's like you have to go to this country or like this region and study this language for like this amount of time, or like something like that. And so a lot of times like you may think that like what you're interested in is like very niche and no one's gonna fund it, but like sometimes like there is something that is gonna fund it, and it is like it matches exactly like with what you want to do. And so I think don't ever count out like what you're interested in, and like if you're interested in something, if you're interested in doing research for something, there's some way to fund it.
There are a lot of fellowships that will fund research, especially in the sciences. Also, fellowships, if you're in the arts and humanities, there are often fellowships connected to libraries, not only at your own university, but at other universities. In the social sciences, there can be data fellowships, right, where you're, working with a researcher at another university or at your own university, and you're helping them compile and analyze data. And then finally, also language learning. You mentioned it really briefly. Like sometimes you might there are fellowships for you to go to Bulgaria and learn Bulgarian, right? They exist. And maybe it's something that you never thought you'd ever do, and you don't even know if it's useful. But just the experience of being in a foreign country, learning a different language, experiencing a different culture, that is an incredible an incredible life experience that has applications beyond the university. Study abroad. So my experience with study abroad was there's no way I can study abroad because I can't afford it. And so I never even looked into it. And that is the biggest regret I have from being at university. Seriously, like it really is. Like I had really wanted to go and study in Ireland. As a person who loved literature. I mean that's one of the great places of English language literature is Ireland. And I was like, I can't even afford the plane ticket. How would I be able to afford to study abroad there? Much has changed in the last 30 years around study abroad. More and more universities are realizing that a study abroad experience is a central experience for many students, and they are making it more accessible by having, for example, scholarships that will help people study abroad. Even if you think you can't do it, if you have any interest in doing it at all, you need to go to the office and just talk to them. I mean, maybe it'll turn out like, maybe it's not something that you can do, but ask. Because that, again, like that was the biggest regret I had, was not studying abroad. And it probably would have been possible if I had just gone and asked about it. A couple of other learning resources that are important are research opportunities, right? And not every university is a research school, but every faculty member is doing research, right? And we think often of research as like lab research, right? But I'm a humanities person, and I got to do research with a humanities faculty member. And what that often can entail is, in the humanities, it can often be a professor assigns you a topic and wants you to go and gather books and articles on that particular topic and write an annotated bibliography so that it makes the faculty members' writing and research more efficient. And what you learn through that research experience can be like, well, how do you actually do the research, right? And it's the same thing in the social sciences and STEM. Like doing research helps you figure out more about the field and how knowledge gets made in that field, and allows you to test out like, oh, are you somebody who likes research? Sometimes the expectation of your participation in a research lab or in that kind of like research that you might do with a professor is like 5 hours a week, right? Which, if you're doing a lot of things, that can seem like a lot, but it's not 20 hours a week necessarily. That's the other thing that I think sometimes gives people pause. They think, oh, if I'm doing research, that's going to take up half my time. But really, it can be like any time you can give, the faculty member is often frequently just grateful, right? Because you are moving their research forward just a little bit. Yeah. One thing that people don't think of as an experiential learning opportunity, but totally is a campus job.
Yeah.
I had multiple campus jobs. There were multiple times in my career where I had like 3 campus jobs going on at the same time. And I was learning something in each of them, right? Like I had a job as a writing center tutor. I had a job as a research assistant for a faculty member. I also had a job as an usher at our performance space, at our main performance space on campus. I actually think the first time I ever actually saw a live ballet was because I was working for the performance space, right? Campus jobs are things you can put on your resume. Campus jobs are, even if you're thinking about, oh, I'm getting this job so that I can pay for my books, like they can also be sources of mentorship, and they can also be sources of learning that, honestly, I had the person who hired me to work at the campus performance space went on to having her first job out of college was working for an arts nonprofit, in part based on the work that she had done in running. She had gotten to a higher position by the time she was a junior and senior, and she was basically running a lot of the performance space. And so her first job after college was running a performance space. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think also like campus jobs can offer different, like depending on what you're looking to get out of it, there's a lot of different options for you. Like if you're looking to like just pay for your books and like your bills and things like that, like you can find jobs that are higher paying and like maybe you're not as interested in them, but they are higher paying and like you can spend less time getting more bang for your buck, literally. And then there's also other ones where if you're more interested in experience, like things like maybe you are really interested in the arts and you want to learn more about how like production is run, things like that, like those are also available. If you're looking for something that's more chill and like you can also like you can help something in the library, but you're also getting paid at the same time. Like there's a lot of different avenues for how different jobs might and which ones are available for you. One that like I started this year was like being a peer liaison for the Asian American Cultural Center. And so like that was one thing that I had always I think I'd always done a lot of mentorship like in high school and in college. But it was nice to like be getting paid for it because like it was something that I was really excited about and like wanted to connect with first years and like still be in a mentorship role. But then I also got to be paid for it. So it's like you can find ways, I think, like if you're really into like mentorship, for example, you can find ways to like there are jobs that will pay for you to be mentors, even if like you haven't done that in the past.
So another place where you can get experiential learning, but also feel a sense of community, which is the third topic that we really wanted to talk about, is extracurriculars, right? And one of the big differences between extracurriculars in high school and extracurriculars at college is in high school, it was really easy for a lot of students to do multiple extracurriculars. Extracurriculars in college actually often require just like a little bit more time and a little bit more energy. So you can't do 10 things. You can maybe do like 3 things or 4 things. Depends on how. So there are some people who do like 5 extracurriculars, and I'm always amazed, like, how do you get anything else done? And somehow they just do it. But most of the students that I know who are able to keep on top of their academic work, have some community, have a social life, have a campus job, they're usually doing, again, like maybe 2 or 3 extracurriculars, but they're doing a lot for those extracurriculars, right? They may have a leadership position. It may be, we're going to talk in a minute about some service and volunteering. It may be something that they do really regularly that's like a little bit more intensive. But extracurriculars are a huge part of learning at the university. And again, even if you're at a commuter school, you're in that situation where, you have a lot of work outside of and other responsibilities outside of campus, even to do just one extracurricular, if you can manage to find the time for that, it can produce incredible benefits.
If you're part of something that you really are passionate about and like really enjoy, you're surrounded by like other like-minded people who are also really passionate and care a lot about whatever this like particular group might be. And so being in the same space as people who like you may have otherwise not met like through your classes or through any other things that you're involved with it's a really great way to meet new people and also feel that sense of community.
And if it's fun, then it just gives you this release. Like school is intense. You need to have a release. And again, like moving to our third topic, like you also need to have community. And extracurriculars is the number one way to get some community and connection outside of the classroom.
Another great place is through service and volunteering. Take yourself outside of the university for a little bit and get grounded a little bit in the community that the university is part of. And it can be incredibly fulfilling. I mean, another opportunity that many, many universities have are either affinity centers, cultural centers, or student groups that are around cultural identity and affinity. And for so many students, that's a place of community, because when you're coming, like for almost all students, when you're coming to a university, it's just so different, right? It's so different from your home space. If you're traveling outside of your state, like that's a huge cultural difference. I mean, I'm from the Midwest. I still find some things about the East Coast, even though I've been living here for a really long time. I'm like, what? You feel like a stranger in a strange land sometimes when you become a college student. And sometimes it's nice to be able to connect with others who share similar cultural experiences, similar histories, and as a way of finding community and identity and comfort. And so a lot of and again, the research shows that when students feel high degrees of belonging, when they feel supported by communities, when they can see other people who are like them succeeding on campus, they are more likely to succeed in college. And so for many students, an affinity group, a cultural center, a student organization that's focused on culture and cultural identity can be really, really important for their success at college.
Yeah. No, one big one that it's like been a full circle moment for me, but I think I mentioned this previously, but now I'm a peer liaison for the Asian American Cultural Center, and all of our cultural centers at Yale have peer liaisons, which are either sophomores, juniors, or seniors who mentor like the first years who are affiliated with those centers. And so I remember like my first year, my peer liaison was so funny, and like he like showed us around and like bought us food and stuff, and like we got to connect and just like get to know him and know our way around campus too. And it was like a really good way for me to meet other like Asian identifying people in my college. So there's our centers have like couches and living rooms and kitchens and meeting rooms and libraries and things like that. So it also offers like if your university offers like a physical space that for these affinity groups, it's nice to also be in a different space with those people.
Yeah. And it's not just like cultural affinity spaces. It could be a religious affinity space. It can be, spaces dedicated to LGBTQ. Like they're really important to have for students to feel a sense of belonging and community. Sometimes in a university that is sometimes so caught up in the work of educating students in a very intellectual way. This is a place where you can get, comfort and education in like a cultural and spiritual way. And that's important too. Our last group of things that we want to talk about is resources for personal and financial wellness. And wellness can be defined, like wellness is just can you find a space where you're feeling or a condition where you feel like you're thriving? Right. And that includes academics, it includes the experiential learning, it includes the extracurriculars and the community, but it's also yourself. Are you feeling good? You can't learn if you're not feeling good yourself as an individual. So lots of universities have done a really great job of expanding their resources for mental health and wellness. And that can look like, short-term opportunities to meet with clinicians when you're having a need to have a little advice and support. It could look like weekly therapy sessions. It could look like group therapy. It could look like, getting some advice on releasing stress. It could look like goat yoga, right? Whatever it takes, often universities have invested in students being well because students have so much stress. There's financial stress. There's just the stress out in the world. There's the stress of going to a new environment that you've never been in before. So looking for these mental health
and wellness activities. Usually there are multiple places where you can get that. At Yale, we have both professional counseling and peer counseling. We have a wellness center that offers activities, almost every day. There's a room where you can actually sleep if we have a nap room because you know what, sleep is really, really important for your functioning, and talking to someone about how do you manage your sleep, like with one of our wellness counselors, like that's really, really important. And then the last thing is really that financial piece. College is expensive. A lot of people are taking on debt to go to college, and that can be a burden, like can be a mental burden. Figuring out how to balance the financial piece. Often the financial aid office is the place that can help you figure that out, right? A lot of people think, oh, I go to the financial aid office at the beginning and then whenever I have to turn in a form. You should be making a relationship with the people at the financial aid office because, like, for example, if you want to go study abroad, financial aid is one of those places where you can go and maybe get some assistance in working out what is possible for you in terms of being able to pay for studying abroad or pay for an experience, or you know what, you have a bill and you are $500 away from paying that bill. And you are getting letters from the billing office from the university. Go to the financial aid office and say, hey, you know what? They're threatening to kick me out because I haven't paid this $500. What can we do? And often the financial aid office may have some options for you to help get you, you should never be leaving university. You should never be leaving college because you have a bill that's an unpaid bill of just a couple $100, right? They will work with you. Also, they can be a source of financial literacy. Right. So like, for example, at Yale, we have an entire website devoted to financial literacy, how to make a budget for yourself as a university student, how to plan for things like if you wanted to go study abroad, or how to plan for, like, if you're living on campus and you need to sustain yourself over the summer, like how do you get a job for that? How do you plan out your bills if you're living off campus? A lot of universities, either through their financial aid office or through student affairs offices, they have resources for you to help figure out your financial life.
And I think like the biggest takeaway from all of this is like you have to ask. Like nothing is going to happen if you don't ask someone about it. And even if like the person that you ask doesn't know, that you can usually ask people that will point you to the direction in which you need to go to. And so I think that's especially like a big thing when it comes to money, is that like if you just don't know, like a lot of these things take a lot of time to learn, and like the skills need to be built up. And if you don't start somewhere, you're never going to go anywhere. So yeah, I think there's a lot of resources. Like I'm learning now, there's a financial literacy website. So I'm going to go check that out after this. But yeah, so someone knows something. And so it's just a matter of how to get to the resource that you need.
Extracurriculars may serve a different set of purposes in college than they did in high school. Instead of joining a lot of different clubs, many college students focus on just a few extracurriculars that they can engage with meaningfully and find opportunities for growth and leadership, as well as for community and fun. You want to get involved in extracurriculars, but you don't want to get overwhelmed. To guide us through finding the right balance of involvement, we talked to applied math major Deja, who has a great approach to the extracurriculars and thinking in terms of seasons. By the end of this module, my hope is that you strategically invest in experiences that shape you personally and professionally and reflect your values and aspirations. Before you came to college, how did you think about extracurriculars?
So I really had no idea what extracurriculars in college looked like. My perceptions of college was largely shaped by like TV, because I'm the first person in my family to go to college, so I didn't really have like that window in. And on the TV shows of people in college, they don't really do much clubs. They're usually like involved in like relationship drama, or like, oh, my classes are hard, this, that, and the third. And clubs are kind of thrown away. So I really like didn't know what to expect. And then when we had the visitation day, we had the extracurricular fair, and there was just like so many clubs. And I was like, what does half of these clubs mean even? Like, I don't know. So like my only idea of like clubs in college was like, oh, they must be like in high school, you know, like you get around, do a meeting, maybe you do like some service project if it's like National Honor Society or something like that. Maybe you do some academic bowl or something. But pretty low commitment, pretty like stress free, like something you can fit around your schedule. But in extracurriculars in college, like if you put a lot of time into it, you're going to get more out of it versus if you're kind of more of a casual member, like it's not going to be as fulfilling, which is like totally fine for some clubs. But yeah.
I love that distinction you're making, that clubs in college tend to be really student driven. And that's why the clubs are what you make of it. So it for some students, I think clubs are a place where they have social time, like they can make friends, they're doing something that is of common interest to them. But then there are other times when you join a club and you really want to make an impact in whatever that might mean. Maybe that means you take a leadership position. Maybe that impact means that you take the club into a new direction that hasn't happened before. The idea of that, like an extracurricular or a club is what you make of it, actually is, I hope students find that empowering, right? Because it's one of the places where you get to choose, and you get to choose not just what you do, but how you want to develop as a person through this experience.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, you know, there are different clubs for different needs. Like, there are more social, like community-based clubs. You know, I used to be in the Black Student Alliance at Yale my freshman year. It was a great way to meet other Black students. Like, there's that. There's professional development clubs, like what you were saying, like things where you develop a skill or like you do some pre-professional training. I know I'm personally involved with the Yale chapter of the National Society of Black Engineers. Go NSBE. So yeah, like as the name implies, we work on providing a community for Black engineers on campus and connecting them with job opportunities out in the industry. There's service-based clubs where you can make an impact, not even just at Yale, but like in the community, in the world even, depending on the club. There's fun clubs, what I deem fun clubs, where you get to do things that like maybe in another context 21-year-olds wouldn't really be doing. I'm on the double dutch team. I learned to double dutch. I've never double dutched any time in my life. I learned at the grand age of 20, and yes, I will be performing in my double dutch team. And it's just like something that's like fun, and like I get to hang out with my friends, and I get to like not do homework for like 2 hours a week and just like double dutch. Like, why not? Like, move my body, like, you know. But yeah, like again, like it's what I put of it, you know. Like my double dutch team, I don't necessarily go to every single practice every week because it's more of just like a fun, like when I have the time to have the time, versus something like NSBE is something that I have put a lot of time into, blood and sweat and tears, not to exaggerate, but like it is something where I decided like this is a community where I want to be a part of. This work I think is important as a Black engineer on campus. And like, yeah, they're valid. And I mean, there are some clubs here that are like not even minor league. There are investment clubs that are managing like thousands of dollars worth of like portfolio, whatever things. Like the Yale Computing Society has engineers or student engineers that are working on like apps that students across campus use, like Course Table, you know, an app that we have for, or a website that students use for like choosing their courses. It's like something everyone uses, like everyone and their mama, like, and it's like something that students created. Like it was a student's idea and it was students maintaining it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like clubs are really like what you make of it.
So from all of your extracurriculars and your experiential learning opportunities, like what do you think you've gained by participating in this like wide array of things?
Yeah. So through my extracurriculars, just like meeting different sorts of people, you know, like even people that I wouldn't have necessarily met otherwise. Like, you know, the National Society of Black Engineers, I'm meeting other Black engineers across campus and a variety of majors that I wouldn't have necessarily come across Double Dutch, there's all sorts of people in there. So getting to meet and hang out with those sorts of people. And then like another thing is like the professional skills that I've gained through some of the clubs. You know, not all clubs is necessarily a resume building thing, but some of them are. Like NSBE, I've learned so many things through my leadership position at NSBE. I've learned, you know, project management, what it means to be a leader, how to delegate, like what it takes to run a club, what it takes to send people to a conference. Oh, that was a stressful time in my life. Like what sort of components it comes to like even like running a club in the first place or like building a club up, really. Because when I joined NSBE was like a figment of its former glory. It was one of those clubs that died out during COVID. And so like my involvement with NSBE really was like a building it from the ground up sort of thing, which was like really fulfilling. Like definitely has been one of my biggest achievements at Yale. Like one of my favorite parts, like building that community of Black engineers. Like it's my baby. But yeah, like being able to leave that legacy at Yale is really great.
You are getting real world skills that you can talk about in a professional setting, but also is about like sort of your own maturity and your own personal development, right? Like you know, like you obviously you have an emotional connection to NSBE, right? And you feel proud of it. Just if you were only doing that just for yourself, that would be a great reason to be doing it, right? But then also to have this like professional opportunity on top of it.
Yeah, I know when I'm interviewing for like jobs, I have talked about my experiences in NSBE or any other club, like whenever they have like what was the time you worked in a team? Like what's a project you're really proud of? Like I've said NSBE is the project I'm really proud of, even though I'm interviewing more so for like technical, like software engineering roles. NSBE is a project I really am proud of accomplishing and being a part of. So yeah, I'll talk about my role in leading NSBE, like, yeah. Or like projects that I worked in for the Yale Competing Society has been on my resume. Like my leadership positions on campus do end up on my resume, my LinkedIn, and it is something that people talk to me about. My research is something that people talk to me about.
Students often they think about getting that summer internship maybe the junior year before their senior year as being really crucial. But you can actually start much earlier, right? So can you tell me a little bit about some of the summer internships that you got?
Yeah, so the summer after my freshman year, I did a software engineering internship at a financial institution. It was in New York City. And it was a program specifically for freshman computer science students, which is something not a lot of people know exists. There are definitely internships out there specifically designed for freshmen or sophomore in a variety of fields.
How did you find out about those?
I went to a career fair here on campus, which is just another example of like being involved, like staying in touch with on campus. And then I was in the room. And I was the only Black woman in the room, actually, which was because it was like a CS career fair. And the only other Black woman in the room was like at the company that I ended up working with, foreshadowing. So I was like, hi, like, it's nice to meet you. Like, it's nice to not be alone. You know, like, I really like am glad to see someone that looks like me on the other side of this table, you know, representation. And so through that connection, she shared her LinkedIn with me. And then from there, she was like, oh, like we're piloting this new program for freshmen specifically. And it's a small program. We're just seeing how it runs. But when it opens, I'll let you know. I was like, oh, like, thank you so much. And so when the program opened, she sent me the application. She let me use her as a referral. And then, you know, the rest is history. But like, that's really like the power of networking. Like I would have never known about that opportunity if I hadn't like gone up and introduced myself. So
yeah. And you did it as a first year student. Because again, like, I mean, I think I had in my head when I was in college that, oh, that's something you do later. Mm-hmm. Like getting that early experience with an internship or just even with networking, like pushing yourself to, as a first year, to go to a career fair and walk up and introduce yourself to somebody and talk with them. Like even if nothing came out of that, like you got into an environment that's a professional environment that you'd never been in before. Yeah. And I think that, like, I guess I'm kind of encouraging more and more of my first year students to go and do what you did, not necessarily having to get an internship, but like go to this career fair, go to this networking event. Just try it out so that you get more knowledge about the possibilities. And the earlier you get the knowledge, the easier it is to put it into practice when it really does come time for getting like that internship after your junior year, or that job offer after your senior year or in your senior year. Let's talk a little bit about fellowships, because I know I had never really heard the word fellowship until I stepped onto a college campus.
Yeah. So a fellowship is really a scholarship. Like, that's how I understand it. And sometimes it's to fulfill a certain like project. I know the fellowship I'm on is specifically for a research project. Sometimes it's to supplement your housing as you like work a certain job or do some volunteer opportunities or something like that. A lot of fellowships are for like graduate school. So there's no scholarships for graduate school. It's called fellowships, if any of you were interested in searching that up. And those could be like to go get a master's or a PhD or something like that. Really, fellowships are just money people give you to develop yourself, whether professionally, personally, or in some other realm.
Yeah, I think that's a great definition. And just to make it clear, like it's money, it's grant money. It's money you don't have to pay back. And it is to fund, I love this, personal or professional development. And sometimes universities themselves have some fellowship funds that they can provide for students, and that often students will have to apply for and compete for. Sometimes the fellowships you get are external fellowships. So you're a part of the Mellon Mays Boucher program, which is a nationwide program. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Basically, we're paid money to work on an independent research project of our choosing. I get to explore something that, to be honest, I never thought I would have explored, like getting to dive into my own research project and shape it how I want in a way that I couldn't really do if I was like in a lab or something like that. Like, as far as the application process, I applied my sophomore spring. I learned about it through a flyer. I was just walking and I saw this flyer. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So like, yeah, keep your heads up as you're walking through campus, I guess. Like, just stay aware about the possibilities. And I was like, oh, like this seems kind of cool. I wonder what this is about. I went to an info session about it, kind of got a little bit more information about it. I was like, all right, I'm going to apply. Like, why not? Like, let's try it. So, I applied, I interviewed, and then I got it. Yay. So that was pretty interesting. But application processes for different fellowships require different things. So I know I had to do like an essay and a research statement and like give my transcript and things like that. But it just depends on the specific fellowship.
Yeah. And there's different kinds of fellowships. So there could be, the one that you have goes over a couple of academic years, and you have regular meetings during the academic year. And then there's the summer research component between junior and senior year. There are other fellowships that are only for the summer. A lot of people think fellowships are for after you graduate, and there are plenty after you graduate. But there are plenty that also help you out when you're in school and can be an incredible experience.
Yeah, so I studied abroad this previous summer. I went to London, which is really great. It was actually my first time abroad ever. Like, I got my passport like a month before I went. So that was like really like crazy because no one in my family has ever been abroad. So I was like, wow, like living the dream, like a generational dream. Like, I was like, oh, this is crazy. I was lucky enough to be able to cover the entire cost of the program with the money that Yale gave me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I got that great experience, but I know there are like a litany of fellowships, like even if your institution does not give you that sort of support. I know like the study abroad program I did like was giving out scholarships to go to people who couldn't afford to go. So like there are definitely fellowships out there to go and do these opportunities.
That's great. I'm going to ask you a little bit more about that experience, but I really want to hammer home what you just said, which is that, the support for study abroad at different colleges and universities varies, but it's always worth it to ask. That's like probably my biggest regret in college was I didn't do study abroad because I thought I couldn't afford it. But if I had only gone and asked, I could have found out what my options are. Like your study abroad experience, like to get it back to this idea of like what you learn and what you're learning outside of classroom? I mean, you were taking classes, but then you were also experiencing London. Like tell me about like sort of the things that you learned or the ways that you changed from that study abroad experience.
Yeah, well, the study abroad program itself was very different for me because it was a humanities-based program. Because I don't really get time during the semester to take humanities, and if I do, they're kind of my throwaway classes. No hate, sorry, but like if I'm choosing between having to do a PSET, like something that's gonna affect my major, like I'm sorry, like you're not getting that attention. But like since I was only taking humanities and I was taking a lighter coursework, I got to really dive into the material. Like it's actually pretty interesting. Like what's up? But then also just being in an entirely new continent, like that was like wow. Like I mean, like even like their accents, like hearing their accents in person, like wow. And they were like, your accent's the weird one. I was like this is crazy. But I really got to see like, well, I got to see like how the world views America, because this summer was pretty crazy in terms of American politics, to be honest. There was a lot going on. Like I saw Trump getting shot at in a Budapest bar, or am I allowed to say I was in a bar?
Yes, you are.
Okay. It really like opened my eyes. Like before, I never was interested in study and traveling much, just because like I never done it. No one in my family had ever done it, and all I knew was that it was expensive. So I was like, why would I? But now that I've actually like been to these places, been to these historical places, like experiencing it, like it's like so much more different than just being in a computer screen.
Mentorship is one of the essential experiences that ensures every student's college success. But maybe you've never really experienced mentorship and are unsure about how to access this crucial guidance. Where do you start? How do you ask for a mentor? How do you keep things professional and not overstep? To show you exactly how to approach this, we'll talk to Rudy, who has plenty of experience in the work world and can speak to his experience finding mentors and advisors in college. Crucially, know that accessing mentorship starts as soon as you step on campus. So get started as soon as you can, and good luck. So today we're going to be talking about mentorship. I will be honest, like you, when I came to college, I had no clue that one of my jobs as a student was to find a mentor. What I discovered both through my own experience and now in the work that I do with students is that mentorship is one of the most key things that can happen for students in their academic career. And for a lot of college students, this might be the very first time they're hearing about mentorship, or mentorship even as a thing that you are trying to get out of your college experience. So I'm going to just start off, Rudy, by asking you, like, before you came to college, what did you think mentorship was, or did you even think about it at all?
From just the perspective of having to redo college, I thought mentorship was a action or a training scenario that you went through after you had already graduated. I assumed a mentor was just an advocate that you had in your public or private setting of whatever profession you had endeavored. And I realized that that just wasn't the case. Mentorship was this action that you have with an advocate who's trying to help you with a specific set of goals that requires a little bit of transparency, a little bit of intimacy, and in many cases, I think the best thing that I probably learned is that mentors actually really want to help, right? In many cases, they're giving up a lot of their time, speaking to you about any specific discipline or career goal or academic goal that you have. And in some cases, I found myself asking, like, why is this person who doesn't owe me anything giving me so much of their time? And some of the best responses was that they just wanted to help. That was it. Like, they were not looking for anything in return. They were not looking for a trade-off. There was nothing for me to do for them in the future. It was more like, hey, I went up through this system. I got help through this system. I'm hoping to give back and help in the same system. And that was really fulfilling to kind of learn that it was just kind of community paying back to some extent. And I think that's where a lot of great mentorship really comes from, which is the ability to ask questions like, I just don't know how to even start this thing or this goal or this path that I'm hoping to get on. this is where I'm currently at. Can you provide some feedback?
When you're looking for a mentor in the college context, that looking for that mentorship should really start the first year. Like you said, you were thinking, oh, this is something I do after college. But it's really in that first year, because the path that you're going to be taking through college is going to be unique to you. And so, yes, there may be, 100 other people in your college or university who want to have similar majors or maybe have similar career goals, but there are also 100 different pathways to get there.
It really does start in year one. And for many of us, especially returning students, it's a great opportunity to just kind of recalibrate on those expectations. I think that mentorship, like you said, I think it's more than one person. No, there's no one person who can take on the responsibility of your entire mentorship experience, because they'll definitely have something that they're an expert in, academics, a certain type of sector of the economy that you really want to penetrate or get exposure to, or just academia and research, right? Like it's just completely different what you go into. I think the best way for a first year student to kind of have an idea of what that mentorship looks like is to really hone in on the type of majors or academic disciplines that you really want to spend time learning through. So just, I really want to highlight the idea that like mentorship can come from almost anywhere. It does not have to be someone who looks like you or has your exact background or grew up in the same exact situation. I find that so many people are willing to help. If you're willing to ask for it, number one, and state what the purpose or the goal is.
I love that you're talking about this, because really mentorship and being able to get mentorship is having openness to learn from anyone. And we've been talking a little bit about mentors who are maybe aligned with your academic interests or professional interests. And sometimes you can learn things from people who maybe they're younger than you, but maybe they have a little bit more experience in that particular discipline or that particular area of a career interest. But there are also mentors that you have just because you connect with them. Right? Like you and I, like we kind of have a mentoring relationship in part because we're both from the same area of the country. And having someone who's kind of a mentor who maybe gets you more on a personal side and a lived experience side can be as helpful as having someone who's giving you sort of more of that like technical guidance of, okay, here's how you apply to get a fellowship where you can study for a summer, or get some opportunities to do research. It can, we both know college can be challenging, not just in terms of the tasks that are set before you, but also like emotionally, because you're changing a lot as a student.
I had a mentor who's a senior advisor in a math department, who I was just expressing like some vulnerabilities about how I felt a bit insecure in the department. And, I was sharing like going to office hours and doing study groups and preparing for exams. And at one point past the midterm, he was vulnerable enough to just share. He's like, I don't think I ever thought I belonged in my department as an undergrad. He's like, and I went on to do a PhD there. He's like, he was honest in a way where I think his words were, this is the cost of entry that I think a lot of people aren't willing to admit or state out loud. It was great to kind of meet humans who were just very excited to share some of that content, where maybe at the time you didn't feel that way.
To get good mentorship, you yourself have to be vulnerable, and that a good mentor is also someone who will be vulnerable with you. Right? Because I think one of the mistakes that I see a lot of my first year students making is thinking like, oh, I can't talk to that professor, or I can't talk to that dean, or I can't talk to that advisor because I have to be spectacular. I have to have all my stuff together. And only if I have all my stuff together will it make it worth their while to attend to me, right? Because we all know faculty are busy, staff are busy, and a lot of good-hearted students are like, I don't want to trammel on their time.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think part of that may come from a bit of like very natural insecurity, Yeah, you look at a mentor, whether they're a academic peer or a department head or someone in industry, and you're like, wow, they're amazing, they're phenomenal. You look at their resume or their pedigree or their classes they've taken, and you're just like, oh, how could I ever even think that I might become that person? But you're never going to see the list of things that they failed at. You're never going to see the list of insecurities that they had, the relationships that maybe just didn't follow through, the failed PSATs, right? None of these things get listed. And it was after speaking to mentors, like I had one in the computer science department. I was like, yeah, I failed a specific class twice in college. And then I went and did a PhD in it. Like, I remember just thinking to myself, like, now you're just lying to me. Like, this isn't true. And he was just like, yeah, my curiosity was greater than my resilience of thinking that I wasn't going to get this. Mm-hmm. And I think once students are able to realize that it's okay to struggle, but it's what you really need when it comes to like feedback is like the type of recalibration that you and the approaches that you take on with that struggle. Like, how am I studying? What are my habits? How am I allocating my time? How am I prioritizing certain deadlines compared to others? I think mentorships and mentors can be great at giving you feedback for what they think is working and not working. And I think part of having a successful relationship at that point with your mentor is being open to the idea that what they're going to tell you may not be what you want to hear, but that they have very good intentions because they want to see you succeed. And at that moment, you might be too close to the problem to give yourself the benefit of the doubt.
Like, if I want people to walk away with one thing from this conversation is that they need to, that if you are willing to talk to anybody about your passions and your interests, again, you don't, going to a faculty member after you've failed an exam and saying, hey, I want to talk to you because I want to know how to do better, that faculty member is going to get so excited because they also want you to do better, right? And I think going through the world, figuring, with the assumption, okay, other people actually do want to help me. That's actually genuinely true at most institutions. Now, you're going to run into that one person who's having a bad day, or they have other things that they need to prioritize other than mentorship. And when that happens, you just look for someone else to talk to. And also like these sort of a little bit more adult things of like, yeah, I don't have to be perfect to impress someone. What's going to be more impressive is me showing curiosity and me showing vulnerability and the desire to do something better or the desire to learn something new.
If you make an appointment with a mentor to show up on Zoom or show up at a place, be on time, be early, be respectful. This person is willing to give up a lot of their time to just learn about you and give you advice. You don't want to lose trust by not putting it on your calendar, by showing up 20 minutes late. Have a list of questions that you hope to get answered. So ideally, you should have one or two things that you're hoping to learn from, and then some probing questions that they can help support you. And then ideally, you're asking for feedback in that moment. And then afterwards, always try to send a thank you letter, a thank you note. And then if there's a specific follow-up or a relationship that they're hoping that they're going to make or a connection that they can make, just, I think it's pretty tasteful and in a respectful manner it's okay to just say, hey, you brought up meeting with such and such, and that if I was interested, that you'd be willing to make that connection. I'd really appreciate it if you went ahead and did that. I think these soft skills really matter because no one else can do them but you, right? Like your mentor definitely wants to help, regardless of the discipline or the area, or even if they're peers, but you don't want to take them for granted. And I think it becomes very easy to accidentally give the impression that that's what you've done. So it really matters that you answer their email or return a phone call if they left a voicemail. I think that just goes a long way. So what do you think is an example of something where you would not bring something to a mentor?
That is actually a great question because, again, we're human beings trying to figure out these new roles, right? And for our traditional age students as an 18, 19-year-old, sometimes it's hard to figure out, like what is professional in terms of being a student and what's not. Um,
I mean, I have a professional example, which is you never ask a mentor for a job. Like it's kind of a professional no-no, right? Like even if it's a firm you really want to work at, right? Like that's something that I was told by a mentor once. They're like, hey, like just never put me in a situation where I have to tell you no, right? And I was like, oh, that's fair. I mean, I had not done that, but they were very clear of like, I've had that happen. So I think that's a good professional one. I think anytime we ask a mentor to make a professional or academic exception for you where they wouldn't make it for anyone else, I think that's a line. Like whatever that scenario is, if you're fully aware that this is an exception that they wouldn't make for anyone else, that's probably a boundary you don't want to cross just because you're losing trust there.
it may be that at some point you might ask for like a letter of recommendation or something like that. But for the most part, the mentorship is really about learning as much as you can from the expertise of that other person. I think some boundaries that you do want to draw. One of them is that this is a professional relationship and not a personal relationship, no matter how like sort of friendly you become, right? And that, they're there to kind of help you develop as a student. They're there to help you to develop as a pre-professional person. They are not necessarily there to fix the problems in your life. You can talk to your mentor and say, I need some resources, right? But you're never asking the mentor directly for those resources. So I have students who do come to me sometimes with some of those issues, and I'm able to say, well, I know the resources here at my institution that can help you solve that problem. But I personally am, I can't fix that problem myself as a mentor.
It can feel very overwhelming to even know where to start. As a student, you're trying to just do it the right way. How do you think are some effective ways to find mentors?
I think you start with the people around you that you like and find interesting. And there are multiple levels of this. So a peer that is in your class can be a mentor to you. And just talking to that person about like what is interesting to you can unlock a whole bunch of things that maybe that person is also interested in and maybe have some experience with and can take you to the next step. Faculty members, staff members in a wide variety of capacities, right? Like some of our best mentors at our institution, I mean, our faculty are amazing, but sometimes it's the staff who really know how to get things done and have been at the institution for a really long time. And that staff could include people who work at the learning support centers, your advisor, your dean, the best one, the administrators the administrative assistants who work in the department offices often know everything about the department and know everything about the major, and can really help you. So like those are some places to look around. Like if you're like, okay, I need help, I need to find information, it can be the peers that you have surrounding you. Sometimes if you're living on campus, you might have a resident assistant. They're a great person to talk to. Upper level students who are in some of the extracurriculars you might be in, or if you have an on-campus job, you're often working with other students who may have a little bit more experience than you. They're just all around you. But the key is, and this is the hard part, because I think that when we have something that we are really passionately interested in, sometimes it's hard for us to share it. Right? Because it's precious to us. And and not all of us have always had somebody cheerleading for them, right? Like for me to say, I want to go out and I want to get a PhD in English. Like some members of my home community would just laugh at me. Like what's the point of that, right? So it can be a vulnerable thing to say what you really want to do. But the only way you can really get help and really connect with people around your passions is to tell almost everybody, like, here's what I'm really interested in. Here are the questions that I have. Here's the life I imagine for myself. And that's really how, and you will find that unlike what your fears may tell you, that somebody is going to laugh at you, most of the time you are going to get, oh, that's really interesting. Let me talk with you about it a little bit more.
I think another way is through national societies. These are essentially clubs that students run that have chapters at universities, right? One example for me is the Society of Hispanic Professional and Engineers, SHIP. They're a national branch that helps advocate for students that have this affinity for engineering and for just all types of STEM across the country. And every year they'll have regional and national conventions where they invite 300 plus engineering firms from the really big local, national and international global tech companies to like small local regional tech firms and startups. And all they do is help you network and coach and learn. And that's a great way to kind of build alliances and relationships as well. And I bring up SHIP because it's just one, right? It's just one. There are hundreds of different societies. There's the Society for Women Engineering. There's the Society for African Americans in STEM. Like there are so many that if you just Google, you'll find that they usually have a chapter in your institution, which means that there's someone that has a relationship with the national chapter. So I think this is a great way to kind of build on that as well.
I'm going to tell you a story that actually has a lot of resonance and meaning because it's about one of the students that I have been a long-term mentor for. This is a student who is an international student from Brazil. His name is Paulo. And he came to see me in my office hours during the first week of classes because he was trying to register for my English class, but accidentally registered for a class with the same number, but in the econ department. And he went to that class. And on that first day of taking that course, he's like, what is this? This is not English. This is economics. But he stayed for the lecture and was fascinated. It was the first time he had ever taken a course in economics. And he was fascinated because he's like, wow, I'm starting to understand or have a new understanding of the way that the world works that I've never seen before. And he got excited. And then he started talking to everybody about like, wow, like economics is so cool. Other people picked up on his enthusiasm for this new thing that he was learning, even though he was not by no means any kind of expert in it yet. He was just a first-year student. But he had faculty members who picked up on how excited he was. And so he talked to them during office hours, and he talked about, he was vulnerable, and he talked about his own story growing up as a student in Brazil and how not having this financial knowledge that he was getting in his education really affected him. And he wished he'd had that knowledge. And in one of those conversations with one of his faculty members, the faculty member said, hey, I actually know someone in the government in Brazil who is concerned about these questions too. And you're going back for the summer. I'm going to connect you. So he got this amazing internship working with the Brazilian government, where he ended up creating a financial literacy curricula for essentially middle school students in Rio de Janeiro. That turned into his research project for his senior thesis. Like a lot of students have to do like a senior project at the end of their education. He then leveraged that senior project into the writing sample for his application to graduate school. And he is now a PhD economist. All of that came from two things. One, being open to something new, and 2, telling everybody, this is what I'm interested in, even though he had no idea what he was doing. So, Rudy, I think one of the most challenging things for our students, especially if they're like new to college or new to an institution, is taking that first step of asking to meet with a professor or other staff member that they think would make a good mentor.
I think you're right.
So I think it might be helpful just to kind of like practice it, right? And we just show a model of like, how would you ask a professor to meet with you?
So in this scenario, the way that I structure my emails is that I want it to be very easy for the instructor to find the email because I have no idea how they manage their inbox. And part of what I do is I always will notate the class number, the ask if it's office hours, and then I put my name in the subject line, right? I think that's just a fair and consistent way of them getting an email on my behalf. So in this scenario, I'm just going to say that this is a fictional class called Computer Science 465, office hours for Rudy Cordero. I don't have an expectation that they know my full name, but ideally when we're reaching out to them, I think it's important that they can just find me quickly if they lose me in their inbox. I think something that's important is that just as a sign of respect that we call instructors and deans and professors by the title that they have. I find that in many cases over time, at some point they might say, hey, just call me Karin, right? And that's totally fine. If that's, I will always defer to whatever an instructor prefers that I call them. But until then, and until I'm corrected, I go by that title. So for you, I would say, dear Dean, and then I would go by your last name.
Yep.
I do not go by first.
No.
You want to be very respectful and say, hey, dear Dean Gosselink. And then I make sure that at the very end, I always signal with all the best. I believe in brevity when it comes to the email. That means my first very short paragraph, 1 or 2 sentences, is my introduction of who I am and why I'm sending this email, how I'm related to them in this email. The second will be what the ask is. What am I hoping to get out of office hours if they are scheduled as they are in the syllabus? And then the third is just a grateful note of where I thank them for their time and consideration and just even considering this request. I think that's the most effective way of having this initial conversation. So my name is Rudy Cordero. I'm an undergraduate candidate in your Computer Science 465 course. I am hoping to connect with you during your scheduled office hours next week. And this is where I'll place the ask and get some feedback on course direction. And maybe if there's a second part, if there's something else that you're hoping to get on. So let's say in this example, I'm hoping to learn how to be a ULA, an undergraduate learning assistant. So I'm hoping to get some feedback on course direction and how I can apply for future ULA roles. So, quick correction. I understand that your time is valuable and appreciate the attention. As a first-year student, or I guess if this is an advanced course, as a second or third year student, any guidance is always appreciated.
I would appreciate as a faculty member getting this email because 1, you tell me exactly who you are in the context that I know you, right? So even if I were teaching if this were a large lecture course, I would still, okay, this is somebody in this class. You're telling me that you would like to meet with me during scheduled office hours. And some students might say, but office hours, aren't you just supposed to drop in? Well, yeah, you can. But it's helpful for me as a very busy faculty member to say, I can plan, hey, I know at least 15 minutes of my time during those office hours is going to be spent with Rudy Cordero. And then that lets me, if I have other students coming in, it lets me sort of prepare and organize my time.
Perfect.
So that's great. I mean, the other thing I would say is because you're addressing me both formally and you're saying, hey, I really appreciate your time, I will remember you as a polite person who has regard for me. And already, even in just this email, you're starting to establish that trust relationship because you're it's not just that you're asking for something, but that you're also recognizing that, hey, I'm a busy professor and that this is kind of a favor, even though, we all do office hours as professors. And the tone is nice. And so I'm going to remember you, even if I have, 200 people in my class. Okay, let's be honest. The most common goal for going to college is to find a good professional job after graduating. The job you get immediately after graduation, it's just your first job. You are highly likely to have 2, 3, or even more very different careers in your lifetime. So take a breath and stop putting so much pressure on yourself to find that one single perfect job when you graduate from college. The path will not be linear. We've invited Rudy back to the studio to discuss all the experiences that shaped his career so far. By the end of this module, I hope you'll feel relieved and prepared. You will know that you don't need the perfect roadmap right now. You can take action by identifying your strengths, making meaningful connections, and building resilience as you work towards your goals. Most universities still, unless you're going into a pre-professional program like a nursing program or a technical program, are liberal arts colleges. And there isn't necessarily a very direct relationship between what you're studying and the job that you're going to get after graduation. Often there is, but not always. And it's more common than people think that you might study something in college that enriches you, that gives you a knowledge base, that gives you certain kinds of skills like writing or quantitative skills, but it doesn't determine what you're necessarily going to be doing in the future, right? They're transferable skills, but just because you're using those skills in one area doesn't mean you can't transfer those skills to another area that will enable you to get really wonderful employment after you graduate.
I think it's important to state that regardless of the type of major, whether it's purely liberal arts or purely STEM, I think it's safe to say that employers as a whole are looking for certain types of distinctive qualities. Do you collaborate well? Do you communicate effectively? Could they see you in a leadership position? And sometimes as a student, when you just got to college your first semester, you're like, how do I even build these skills, right? Like, don't I need a job to build these skills? And to some extent, yes. But I think what's also important to note is that so much of this also is a learning process that you get to earn and build in extracurricular activities, clubs that you're really interested in, right? If you really care about, the Glee Club, it's something that you care about. You can earn leadership skills there in like working with, your Glee Club's board and helping organize things. And these are great examples where these are softer skills that you can develop such that when you are applying for these different roles, you have a more competitive resume.
Yeah. And extracurriculars are a great place to do that. But also you can get this just from the classes that you're taking, right? Like how many times have you had a group project that you've had to help manage? How do you do that collaboration, right? Maybe you've done a research paper that's somewhat connected to the field or not, but that, that experience of having done research, a research paper shows that you can organize information, that, maybe you are looking in an archive that had never been looked at before or something like that. Like you can build those skills, especially even for those folks for whom it's harder to do extracurricular activities. Maybe you have a full-time job, maybe you have family responsibilities. Those skills can also be built in the classroom. What are those intangible skills? Or people also call them soft skills that you feel like you have learned. And I know you are actively on the job market right now, right? Like, where do you see in your college experience that you've been able to develop those skills, and how are they sort of supporting you as you're going through the job process right now?
Yeah, that's a great one. I think that communicating effectively is a challenge. Like it's very easy for me to talk about last night's sports game if we both saw it together because we saw it together, right? But if I'm working in a research lab and my job is now to collaborate with a different student or instructor on a marginal topic that's slightly relatable, I have to be able to develop these skills where I can explain it in a way that makes it relatable to you, but also isn't overbearing. And I find that these skills really get developed when you're kind of going out of your way to like work with an instructor, work with a department, get feedback from it. And I think getting feedback, learning to become a little bit receptive to it is an exceptional experience that you can have as a student, because the reality is that the risks are so low, but the benefits are so high. When we're growing up, we learn about getting feedback as in these are the things that you did wrong and this is how you need to correct it. And I think if we just switch the framing on it a little bit, we would take it as an opportunity to think, okay, how can I grow in this specific topic? And academically, the risk is just lower. They're hoping that you're going to get better, that you're going to become more effective, that you'll be able to share those skills with a different student that's slightly younger or earlier in their academic path that you are. And I think that's one of the better ways to kind of learn that skill.
And as you pointed out, getting that feedback and responding constructively to that is what happens in the work world all the time.
Yeah, and that difference there, right? Like we don't, I mean, it's called growth, right? Like that difference between like, okay, this is what I did and this is how I changed my results and got better results moving forward. In a linear algebra class, I had an instructor who was just very vocal and open about just the challenges of the subject itself. And she did an amazing job of kind of verbalizing and explaining her own struggles when she was learning the topic at the very beginning. And she called it deliberate struggle. You have to put yourself in a position where you're going to deliberately struggle as a method of learning the specific topic. And I that was so impactful for me because it was the beginning of my like career mathematic path at Yale, where I was just like, wow, can I do this, right? And it meant a lot to me. I'd love to learn what other support systems do you think are frequently overlooked?
Well, you've talked about one of them, which is faculty, right? Yes, many faculty have been academics their whole lives, but faculty, yes, they're teaching in towards the students, but they are also engaging in a wider world of research. They're paying attention to what's going on outside the university as well as what's happening within the university. Not all of them, but most of them. And so they may have contacts that you never know about, that you can, you mention to somebody, hey, I'm thinking about going to graduate school. Do you think it's a good idea? Like you were saying, or, I've always wanted to be an editor, but I don't know any editors. Do you know anybody who does this work? And they were like, well, I had a great editor on my last academic book that came out. Maybe you could talk to that person, right? So there are opportunities. So faculty members often know, and they certainly know about fellowships, research experiences for undergraduates. Many of them, know what that landscape is and can help connect you with that. Volunteering. A lot of us come to college and we're like, we want to give back. Volunteering is one of the more popular extracurricular activities on campus. So, and it's often an extracurricular that connects you with the community. So talk to those community partners. Often, especially if, you are local or you want to stay in the university community for the summer, maybe you have an opportunity to stay in one of the dorms over the summer or house sit for a professor or something like that, and you want a job in the community. Those community partnerships that you're developing as a volunteer, and also often these volunteer experiences, they are with people from all different walks of life. And maybe you will meet somebody who has an interesting job that you're like, oh, I want to learn more about that. And then extracurricular networks and alumni. Of course, there are extracurriculars that are focused on careers, but there are also just extracurriculars for fun where you get to meet a huge range of people. And maybe sometimes you're having just a casual conversation and they turn you on to an opportunity you didn't even know existed. And finally, I think the most underused resource really is the alumni from the university. Many, many universities have an alumni directory, and where alumni kind of like check a little box and say, I'm open to having students reach out to me, and they publish the email that you can email that. And you were describing, like, you could send a cold email to an alumnus who is in a similar field to you or works at the place that you want to work, and you can just send them, and you can get coaching from the career services or from another student who's done this before. Send them a cold email saying, hi, this is what my name is. This is what my major is. I go to the same college that you went to, and I love it here. And I'd be excited to talk to you about your job doing X. And again, these alumni love giving back. And they're more than happy to, if they've checked that box, share my contact info. They'll be willing to spend 15 minutes on Zoom telling you about their job and giving you advice. Getting into the practice of trying to articulate for yourself. And sometimes a mentor or a career services advisor can really help when you start with your strengths. What is it that you are really good at doing? And again, it doesn't have to be just the academics. It could be, like for me in my field, being a strong communicator, being able to write well, being able to listen, that those are really key skills. And for me to sit down with someone, and this is hard for people to do. Like it's easy for them to be like, I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't do that. The harder thing, but the more important thing is to say, these are what my strengths are. But if you start with those strengths, and then get more comfortable talking about what those strengths are. And again, college gives you all these safe places to do that. And the other thing is getting over the idea that you have to, like if you see an internship position or a job posting and it has all these qualifications, you do not have to have all of those qualifications to actually get the job. But if the job is interesting to you or the internship is interesting to you and you have some of those and you show an ability to learn and to grow, often the employer is going to be like, okay, you have the foundation. It's okay that you don't check all of these boxes. I will help you learn those skills. I'm going to pick somebody who shows that they are willing to collaborate, are willing to listen, are responsible and reliable. And those are the characteristics that I'm looking for versus, there might be somebody who has all of the skills that we already need. But if that person doesn't show up on time, can't communicate well with other team members, that's not the person I want to hire.
And that doesn't mean that there aren't fellowships or internships or specific summer roles that aren't extremely competitive. Of course, there are going to be. What I'm saying is apply to all of them, not just those hyper competitive ones.
Exactly. Because there are plenty of programs that may be very niche or are looking for a particular skill set that those students that, maybe they've got those straight A's, but they've taken a really well-beaten path. And maybe you have some skills or some experiences that work for that particular fellowship or that particular internship. And you never know if you don't try.
The same way the Office of Career Services has a subscription email blast that will give you information on all the different types of roles that are being advertised for our specific students. The computer science department is doing the same, but the difference is that they're having speakers come to campus or even through Zoom and talk about a specific field or problem or research question that they're working on. And then those instructors or those members of industry will say, hey, here's my contact. Reach out if you have any interest or if you just want to learn more. And I think something that's been amazing for me is that I've used that as an opportunity to learn more about them and their industry and how they measure successful candidates, and not as a way of saying, this is my name, can I get a job? Mm-hmm. Right? I think what's really important there is that they become unofficial mentors in your journey of how do I learn to navigate this space instead of the barrier for getting you that job next time.
Yeah. And there's also events. Don't forget about the alumni, right? So the alumni are people, the whole tens of thousands of people who in the past have graduated from your institution and are now out in the working world. And they come back to the university because they want to give back. And their way of giving back is sometimes meeting with students at networking events or, again, giving presentations or coming to career fairs. And sometimes students are like, well, why would this person want to talk to me? No, they're coming to talk to you. They want to, again, a lot of them are motivated by paying it forward, right? They got so much out of this institution. They want, and so
taking time to actually go to that career fair, even if you're not looking for a job. And what you said earlier about like when you talk to a mentor, it's not like, here's my resume. Let's, do you have a job for me? And it's a lot of those informal conversations that create a network. So as you said, later on, they will know you. And when an opportunity comes up, they will reach out to you and say, hey, we've had some really great conversations over the last year. And it's not like you have to talk to them every day. Like it could be 2 conversations. Right. Or and you sending thank you emails after each conversation. And that is enough for them to be like, oh, wait, I remember when I was at, my university, I had a great conversation with this student. We touched base via email. I think that student might be a great candidate for this position or this internship. Use the time that you have to do some personal financial planning. Like if you're going to go into this field, how much can you expect to make in your first 2 or 3 years? Often what you make in the first 2 or 3 years, it's not going to determine what you're going to make later on in your career. There's not like sort of a straight, slowly increasing exponential number. Often for many kinds of jobs that you get right out of college, you sort of like work at a lower level for a little bit and then you jump up a level. And then you jump up another level, right? And so it ends up looking a little bit more like one of those like mountain lines rather than as just a slow, steady incline. It looks like a mountain range instead of a single mountain. Yeah. So that's one thing to think about. But do some educate. One of the things, actually, we do have programming here at Yale where we talk about the financial future. And one of the things that they talk about is like sort of what lifestyle are you expecting to have right out of college, right? Or that you feel like is going to make you feel comfortable enough. Okay, then align your career choices with what that expectation is. I mean, we've talked a lot about how, I work a lot with students who are first in their families or low income students. And I definitely have this conversation sometimes with students because they feel torn, right? The purpose of going to college is to be able to have a solid financial future for themselves and often for their families, right? Thinking about helping parents in retirement, thinking about helping to support the siblings that follow them through college, right? And so talking about those kinds of expectations and those life goals earlier are going to help you find the kind of role that you want.
Yeah, I think you put it pretty well when you stated, like, think about the life experience that you want to have, followed by the decisions that you need to make to get there, right? Ideally, on top of everything that you're learning throughout your college experience, you're also adding financial literacy, right? And that may not be in a formal course that you take in the economics department, but you want to set yourself up for success because, an education is an investment that you're taking on yourself, either through time or financially. And if you're out there going to attend a graduate program, that's an additional investment that you're going to make. And you want to understand what the benefits and or consequences would be of these specific types of investments.
So whatever you end up, I think, again, one of the common misconceptions that students have, and they put too much pressure on themselves. They think, okay, this is like, I need to find the perfect major that's going to lead me to the perfect industry or the perfect kind of job. And then that's going to make me happy for the rest of my life. And A, that's not how the world works. And B, the job that you get out of college is just the first job you get out of college, right? It sets you on a path, but that path is going to fork, in multiple ways, often when you least expect it, right? Maybe it is that unexpected layoff, right? That no matter how awesome you are, the company you're working for is just making cuts and your job is being eliminated and you have to change and pivot. Or you get into an industry and at first, like this is actually, this is what happened to my own husband. Like he really loved the industry that he was in,
but he reached a point where he wasn't moving forward. And he's the type of person who always needs new challenges. And so he switched industries because he needed a fresh challenge. It's a little cliche, but it really is the journey as much as the destination. And so a great way to prepare for thinking about what jobs you want is like, well, what experiences do I want to have?
Yeah. And I think, at least for me, like those have opened doors that I never would have expected, right? Like in one role, I was head of marketing for a pretty large firm, and not specifically the marketing strategies that we work with, but just like the procurement process. And that, accidentally led me to travel in Latin America and in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, like visiting factories and the processes of how and why we bought certain materials. But at no point when I submitted that application did I have any idea that this would be part of my day-to-day 18 months from that role, right?
Most of the people listening to or watching this are going to have very different, like 2 or 3 or more very different careers in their lifetimes, right? And so that experience of trying something out, finding the thing that makes you excited about it, and then pursuing that further, that's going to happen to people multiple times over their working lives.
Yeah. We just call that resilience. Or like, hey, you have to learn to become resilient. Like I had one of the most impactful classes I had on campus ever was a marketing class. Like, in what world would I have taken that on my own? It was quote unquote forced on me. And I loved it. And at the end, he was like, all of you are brilliant in your own ways. You all have different backgrounds. Some are from the medical school. Some are from the law school. Some are from the computer science department. Like, I'm at SLM. And he's just like, look, I can guarantee you all that you're going to have horrible days in the future. He's like, all of you at some point in your life are going to get laid off. And it's not going to be fair. And it's not going to be planned. And you're going to take a financial hit. And it's going to feel like the most terrifying moment of your life. Because it might be. Like, it might genuinely be. He's like, the point there is to stop, breathe, accept, like, feeling the despair is normal and okay. He's like, that's a human moment. He's like, embrace the human moment. He's like, but you have to learn to be resilient and get up and go at it again.
And I think that's the thing about going to college is that it's a structure that requires you to change, right? That doesn't mean that you like give up your values. It doesn't mean that you change your personality completely, but universities and colleges are designed to help you change and grow. And that's the great strength of them. And that's true in both the academic sense and in this career sense.